Okay, you ready? All right, welcome back. It's 1:30, so we'll take our 1:30 preset, Department 4, award of contract for RFP 2020-3179, collection of solid waste and recyclable materials. Mr. Donaldson.
Thank you, Chairman. Don Donaldson, Deputy County Administrator. For the record, I'm here to discuss the agenda item for the award of contract for RFP 2030-3179, collection of solid waste and recyclable materials. I've got a brief PowerPoint presentation to go through the process that we've been in to date, and then we'll conclude with our recommendations and discussion by the board. We do know there's a lot of interested parties in this. Our recommendation is to follow my presentations with public comments and then for the board to deliberate. Starting off, the first slide is just an overview of the time frames that we've been involved with. Let me get this to... Thank you, Donna. We started back in November of 2019 with an RFP that was put on DemandStar. We had some pre-proposal meetings, addendums, deadline for written questions by December. In January, these addendums were posted, and in February 19th, we had proposals due with a list of proposers posted on DemandStar. Significant, we had our first selection committee meeting on March 11th, in which the committee did a short list, and there was an initial ranking. At that time, those were then posted on March 13th. That was currently at the beginning of, obviously, our issues with COVID. It's significant to note there was quite a delay between the time that occurred and when we actually had presentations, which didn't occur until June 5th. That was the email sent to presenters regarding the best and final offers. I'm sorry, the presentations were done on August 26th. So between March and August 26, a lot of things have changed in our community in terms of reaction to COVID and uncertainties. Uncertainties of when we could meet in person. The presentations were not done in person, they were done via Zoom meetings. Also, given the concerns of the changing in people's habits and work habits and relationships, within the request for qualifications, the RFP, the proposals, and there was there were best and final offers were available to the county. So the staff did send out to each of the proposers to submit best and final offers. That's the BAFO in parentheses regards best and final offers. Those best and final offers were to try to account for those changes that, and to make some predictions if possible on the effects of COVID on the current proposal for the next several years. This contract has two components. It's a contract for initial 8 years and followed up with a renewal for a 7-year period after. So we're looking at a contract that is a 15-year anticipated delivery. So it's obviously a significant contract for the county, one of the largest contracts and certainly the largest for services that the county embarks upon. And it obviously has a significant impact on the residents. So as it is each of our residential properties see this service 4 times a week. Best and final offers were submitted. It did result in some changes in prices that were submitted. It's important to note that the RFP and the price that were submitted, the points awarded for price was fixed based upon formula in the request for proposals. So going on to certainly talking a little bit about the request for proposals, this is the general categories and how it was divided. We have general qualifications and experience at 10 points, past performance of 10 points, plans for providing service, which was the majority of those 20 points, capabilities and resources 10, and then price was 50 points. It's important to note too that since each proposer had different types of service provided, the price comparison between each service is not an apples to apples comparison. Each proposer had different types of routes, different number of trucks, different number of employees. The RFP did have specific language in terms of the number of pickups we would have, the requirement for to go to single stream and carts for recycling, and of course all of our statistics were presented to the proposers in terms of our typical pickup, that sort of thing. But nonetheless, each one had a different idea of how they would provide the service to the community. So therefore, even though points were awarded to price based upon a formula, the contract, each proposer has a different way of providing that service, and so you wouldn't really apply a apples to apples comparison, if you will, to those. So when the selection committee met, they evaluated each proposal only on those top 4 criteria. Price was not, those prices were already awarded based upon each proposer's submittal. And the points for price were provided by the purchasing division pursuant to RFP. So when the committee met on August 26, the presentations by Zoom, each submitter was able to have a Zoom presentation that was only open to them. And then following all the presentations that afternoon, we had a Zoom meeting that was open to all, including the public, and or in person if they wanted to come and attend in this room. Each of the staff members that were on this committee, which is shown on the screen here, scored each proposer in accordance to their evaluation of the presentations. Following that scoring, there was a brief discussion, and ultimately the points that were awarded are as shown. And then following that, staff put the aggregate points on the demand star. But what's important to note in this particular scoring is that you have points awarded at the bottom column. It shows each individual's 1, 2, and 3 ranking. And so in the end, there was not a majority of representatives that selected any one group as a number 1. It was only through aggregate scoring that the recommendation is provided. To illustrate that, if you look at just in terms of how it broke out, the top section is that which was the qualifications, performance, the plan, and capabilities. And you can see pricing, FCC was certainly awarded the highest points. They had the lowest proposal based upon their submittal. And then on the top, it shows that every individual ranked waste management number 1 or ranked them tied in a particular area with another company. So, you know, so you have the plan for service, the past performance, experience, and capabilities and resources, where waste management had the highest points in all categories, except there were ties with FCC or Waste Pro. You can see on 4 of the categories with 2 individuals. So if 3 individuals, I'm sorry. So we go on to the next slide. And the only reason why I talk about this is that it's the unusual case, and I did put that in the agenda item, is that it references the ultimate recommendation. So we have individual scores were totaled, and the first, second, and third place was based upon that aggregate scoring. And if you see here, We had 2 first place to FCC, 2 first places for Waste Management, 1 first place for Waste Pro, and then with the second and third places, since FCC had the most second places, they ultimately had the aggregate scoring for the, based upon the RFP, to receive the recommendation by staff for the award of the contract. Now, historically, let me go back to that, the county's RFP process has resulted in a selection committee's decision that is supported by a clear majority of the members of that selection committee. In this case, however, the vendor recommended by the committee was not ranked number 1 by the majority of the committee members. And that is unique and different in that this is the first time in my career that that's happened. And so it's been asked, why do we have the recommendation structured the way we do? And it's simply because, unfortunately, this is unprecedented in my career of almost 20 years with Martin County, and having a selection committee that did not have a clear majority number 1 ranking. However, the RFP as structured, it's clear that FCC had the aggregate scoring, and following the RF procedures, were the number 1 ranked and for that process. So, you know, and when you look at the price, I think it's important to talk about the price since that was 50% of the points. FCC had a total bid which is slightly under what our current price is, and it results in a aggregate of a $312 annual assessment. Waste Management's would be $384.20, and Waste Pro would be $324. Yes, you know, another way to look at that is since they pick up 4 times a week, and this is a residential, annual single-family residential assessment, you're looking at $1.50 per pickup. Right now, we pay $1.51 to $1.85 per pickup that they come to your residential house. So when you come to the end, and what I've talked about a little bit was the recommendation, and our recommendation has an or in it, and it's important to note the reason why that is because again, our selection committee did not come with what I felt, and is you did not have 3 members with a number 1 ranking. You only had 2 number 1 ranks for FCC and 2 number 1 ranks for Waste Management. So the recommendation is that, and we included in a supplemental, because when I prepared the agenda to begin with, there were some changes recommended by our legal consultant, Mr. David D., who helped in the preparation of the RFP and also helped administrate us through the process to ensure that we were following the RFP for legal reasons. Then that amended recommendation is what's on the screen, and it states that move that the board authorize the chair to execute the solid waste franchise agreement with the number 1 ranked proposer, FCC, as recommended by the final ranking of the selection committee, or move that the board review, score, and rank the proposals based upon the criteria in the RFP, and then authorize the chair to select the solid waste franchise agreement with the top ranked proposer as determined by the board. So you simply cannot make a motion to recommend staff recommendation. You'll have to specifically identify which one of those is there. The alternative recommendation, which enumerates the board may reject all proposals, may defer the award, or take other appropriate lawful actions the board deems appropriate. I'll refer that to Ms. Woods, our county attorney, who can describe what that means in layman's terms, if you like. So with that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my brief presentation, and I'm certainly open to any questions, or you may move to the public comments.
Anybody have any questions?
Nope.
No questions? Okay. Ms. Woods, were you going to say something before we? No? Okay.
Up to the board, that you can ask during your question.
Sarah, you got to speak in your mic.
Mike. No, I realize that you could ask me the questions when it goes to your time to ask questions.
Okay.
Excuse me.
It's just hard to read your expression with a mask. Okay, we have quite a bit of public comment on this item. And the first name I'm going to butcher, so when I get done butchering your name, if you would, when you get to the mic, actually pronounce your name correctly for the record, that'd be great. Alicia Parento? Parento?
And for those that are here, you're limited to 3 minutes
Oh,
apiece.
Yep, 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Do I have to keep this on to speak?
Sorry.
Okay. So, good afternoon. My name is Alicia Parento. I live in unincorporated Indian Town, and I'm here to just use an analogy as you make your decision. These are all qualified haulers of waste. They're good companies, good reputation. So last night, my car battery died, and I was online looking at car batteries to purchase a new one. And I looked at Pep Boys, AutoZone, Discount Auto, whatever they were. The point is that the batteries were the same. And all I want is a battery that's going to start my car every time that I get in it. The cold crank was about 590, and the amps was anywhere between 739 and 790. What does that mean? I have no idea. But as long as my car starts, that's all I care about. Same thing with the garbage provider, the service provider. As long as the garbage is picked up timely, they're professional, they're reliable, they're honest. Those are the things that we want at the end of the day. We want to put out our trash in the morning and have it picked up at the end of the day. We don't necessarily need to pay more for that service because all we want it to do is to be picked up. Just like my car battery, I don't need to pay exorbitant amount over for the same service that another battery is going to do. They all sell batteries. They're all the same. They're $20 more or whatever, but I'm not going to have to pay 30% more for a battery that's going to do exactly what the other one does. So I'm asking you to go with FCC because they are the lowest bidder. They're actually $312, which I think is less than we paid this year. I think as a homeowner I paid $316 or $318. So saving even money of the taxpayers, especially in this post-COVID environment that we're going to be going into. Business owners and residents do not need to pay extra for a service that can be done with another quality vendor. Thank you.
Thank you. Don or Dan Brazil, followed by Charles Merkley.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and fellow County Commissioners. My name is Dan Brazel. I'm the Director of Collection Services for FCC, overseeing all of our U.S. operations. Very excited about the opportunity to stand in front of you today with FCC in the #1 evaluated position by your county staff who evaluated us in the first position through a lengthy process with a lot of care, integrity, and focus on the right thing for the community. To give you a background on FCC, we're a 120-year-old company. We have more than 59,000 employees, more than 16,000 vehicles, a lot of which are powered by CNG or electric fuels. On an important note, we're the largest recycler currently in Texas. We have 2 large recycling facilities, one in Dallas and one in Houston, both of which were awarded the best U.S. recycling facility in the U.S. for the last 2 years, so very proud of that nomination. During the best and final offer, FCC was the only company to reduce our price. Both Waste Pro and Waste Management increased their pricing. Waste Management's the clear outlier when it comes to price for the same service of the other competitors at $45 million more for the life of the contract. The taxpayers, the county budget, and local business owners are who are at stake for this price increase. And from a local business standpoint, they could receive upwards of $700 per month extra if not awarding FCC. We're very confident in our numbers. Spent hours and weeks on end and months making sure our data, our financials were accurate. We do service in the neighboring county of Palm Beach where we have current data and understand the cost implications of this service and are very proud to offer the service that we have along with the price that we have. And keep in mind that we have signed the contract or the draft agreement with the county as well as agreed to the $3 million performance bond that represents our service. Our service isn't driven just by our brand-new equipment that we'll offer for this contract, but furthermore, the local employees that we focus on. So we'll take total preference hiring from the incumbent. We know that those drivers, those employees have the area knowledge, the community knowledge, and can continue providing those services, although it may be with a different company, to join us as the area experts. We also take a strong community engagement approach, supporting local non-for-profits, community events, and various sponsorships to be ingrained in the community. We don't only want to be the service provider of your community, we want to be part of the community. FCC has the ability and the experience to deliver a high degree of service to Martin County and save the residents and business owners over $45 million on the life of this contract for these same services. I ask you today to take into consideration the lengthy time that your evaluation committee put together on a very quality RFP process and vote in favor of FCC. Thank you.
Charles Merkley, followed by Joseph Sandora.
Good afternoon, fellow chair, fellow members. I've been in this industry for 40 years, 30 years of it in Florida. I've been and understand exactly what this county needs because we do many municipalities throughout the state. I've been doing this, very familiar with the storms, yard waste, excessive yard waste, tornadoes, localized flooding, large amounts of debris that your county has, as we have seen. And also the demands of the customer service is what they require. We put together a very comprehensive proposal that clearly meets the needs of the taxpayers in Martin County. We spent many hours and saved $45 million to provide more equipment, more service, and more people to Martin County. Our Florida team is extremely well-versed in transitioning. We recently provided a smooth change in Volusia County, 46,000 residents, households, at the beginning of April, in the middle of a pandemic. We also, your neighboring county to the south, Palm Beach, we do the whole South County, which is 111,000 households, as well as 2,000 commercial customers, without a hitch. Very smooth transition, as the score indicated from the Solid Waste Authority of Palm Beach. We currently provide over 1 million households in Florida, in the most traveled and populated counties in Florida: Palm Beach, Orange, Volusia, Polk. Furthermore, we were asked to do a final and best offer, and we did, and we fine-tuned our offer without affecting our equipment or our manpower. We fully understand what it takes to do in a crisis, in pandemics. We will be a proud partner of Martin County. We will be there in their time of need. FCC prides itself in local experienced team that want to work, play, and shop in Martin County. We provide CNG equipment, the latest safety technologies, and the latest safety features. We carefully select our management team to ensure dedication and experience to know what the contract states, because let's face it, the ratepayers want that. They need that experience. They want that service. The main difference between us and our competitors is our proximity. We're here. We're close. Our customer service team is here. Our management team is here. Our directors are here. They are able to make swift and quick decisions on whatever the county or cities
Sir,
we
your
serve
time's
need.
up. Thank you.
I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Joseph Sandora, followed by Kyle Watson.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and fellow commissioners. My name is Joseph Sandora. I'm the General Manager for FCC Environmental Services in West Palm Beach. Been in the garbage industry for 32 years, 28 of those years in West Palm Beach. I just want to tell you a story on what we did and how we performed on a recent contract close to Martin County. On October 1st of 2019, FCC began 2 new contracts with the Solid Waste Authority of Palm Beach County in which FCC services over 100,000 single-family homes, twice the amount that's in this bid process of 47,000, and 2,000 commercial accounts, all previously serviced by Waste Management and Republic Services. FCC was the only company that was awarded 2 zones. So we have the experience in taking over for other companies' service areas in our transition process, and we've proven that we can do it. As you can imagine, this was a huge undertaking. Our transition was seamless, as evidenced by our reference you received, together with a response to this RFP from the Solid Waste Authority of Palm Beach County. It was a 10 out of a 10. We provide excellent service. If awarded this contract, I will be the person in charge and your point of contact for all matters. You'll have my cell phone, and I'll be available to you 24/7. Not only was our transition seamless, but a year into our contracts in Palm Beach County, FCC is the only company out of the 4 haulers who's never received any liquidated damages or fines. Even more, we continue to receive compliments about our service and drivers on a monthly basis from residents, and all this with the most competitive price. FCC is providing Martin County with a brand new fleet of CNG trucks, which have been shown to be very environmentally friendly and much quieter than the diesel trucks. In addition, having more trucks, more people, and more resources than the current service provider makes my job a lot less stressful and the crews safer. As all these things combine, make it easier to attract great talent at the driver position, and most important, the best possible services or customer service to Martin County. And speaking of talent, since they are familiar with the service area, employment offers will be extended to all current Waste Management employees so they can continue working in Martin County. We will give them total preference in the hiring process. I ask that you would please follow the county staff recommendations and award this contract to FCC, the only company that is proposing more resources while saving $45 million
Sir, your time's
to
up. Thank you.
taxpayers. Thank you.
Kyle Watson, followed by Russell Mackey.
We having fun yet? Ready? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyle Watson, and I have the honor and privilege of being legal counsel to FCC all over the country and have been since their inception. I can tell you, based on that role, that you're dealing with a highest caliber and quality company. I deal with executives and leadership. This is a truthful, honest company that seeks to put their customers and service first. I see that on a regular basis, no matter what. And I want to affirm that to you. But I'm not here so much to talk about FCC's integrity as I am to remind you all and everyone in this room about the importance of having integrity in this process. And the reason that I say that is that "or" right there on that screen. So what we've heard today is that there was an RFP process that was totally clean, an RFP that was drafted and prepared by the county. There was no protest, and in the supplemental memorandum, and today, Mr. Donaldson has stated that this process was fair, open, transparent, and competitive. So you have a process that worked exactly as it should, and you have a winner in that process in FCC. So why an "or"? I'm concerned about the "or" because now it looks as though we are coming up with additional criteria that was not in the RFP, and that being that there wasn't a majority found. The RFP didn't call for a clear majority, and I appreciate that historically that may have been the case, but that is not a requirement under the RFP. And following the RFP process, as has been done, results in FCC winning this award. And what I don't want to see is the process get diluted because of longstanding relationships or bias or prejudice or influence. And I'm not accusing that today, but I see no logical reason for anything under these circumstances other than awarding FCC. RFP processes favor rates over relationships. They're there to keep preference, prejudice, and bias out. In governmental contracting, relationships get formed with vendors. They happen over long periods of time. There's no question. But you all are in those seats today because you are here to do what is best for the public and act in the public's best interest. The public's best interest here would be to follow the RFP process and award the winner of that process in FCC, which, by the way, will save the public millions, as you've heard, $5 million annually, $45 over the life of the contract. We're talking about substantial money saved in a time where the public and businesses need it. I don't have to tell everybody why we're all sitting apart and what we've been through in the last 6 months. Now's not the time to increase cost and budgets. It's the time to act in the best citizens and go with a provider that is quality for considerably less. Everyone in here is a good provider. You're going to hear everyone tout their abilities, but everyone had an opportunity to come to the county with the lowest price in that best and final offer. Only FCC did
Sir, your
that.
time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Russell Mackey, followed by Kevin Powers.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, county members. My name is Russell Mackey. I'm the Regional Vice President of Waste Pro of Florida. I've been in the business 25 years. I'm also a shareholder. Waste Pro is a privately owned Florida-based company. We're the largest service provider in Florida and the 7th largest company in the country. Locally, we service 100,000 homes just to the county to the north in St. Lucie County, and have the district in Palm Beach County that abuts Martin to the south of 50,000 homes. You know, I just heard, a couple of members from FCC talk about the process and the price submitted. We had a process. There was initial ranking. That initial ranking found Waste Pro number 1, and number 1 on 3 of 5 scoring committee members. You sent out an email. Email said, hey, we really think you need to take into account the effects of COVID on your proposal. I mean, look at the room. COVID is costing more. It's not costing less. And only at that point did FCC then lower their bid $1.4 million at that point. You just heard them say, oh, we did our homework and we sat in a room and we developed the best bid. They're the new player in town. They're coming in with an aggressive number. They just chose to put that $1.4 million to the low bidder. That was myself. Who was harmed by that? We were. We lost the points on the pricing. Then, in the can we do it, we made a presentation to your committee. An excellent presentation. I was there. We had the owner and founder of our company. We guaranteed the amount of equipment. Yet 2 scoring members took us down in points, not in the price, but down in points in our ability to do it. What changed from that original submittal to us saying, hey, we'll give you more trucks, we'll do a better job, we can certainly do it, but our score went backwards. We're $4.7 million less than Waste Management. I really don't think there's a comparison between FCC and Waste Pro. We're here locally. We do the county to the north, the county to the south. We're a Florida-based company. The owner, an owner in the company, a decision maker, is here telling you we can do it. So the decision is up to you, but we would respectfully ask that you reject the staff's rankings, re-rank back to the initial ranking of Waste Pro number 1, and in that you would have a majority ranking. If you don't change the scores on our ability to do it, which we've heard everybody say, we have the ability to do it. We're the number 1, and we're number 1 in 3 of 5. That solves your problems here today. Thank you.
Kevin Powers, followed by Jerome Jackson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Nice to see everyone this afternoon. I'm here this afternoon as President of the Martin County Taxpayers Association. As you may well know, we just celebrated 70 years of continuous operation in the county on advocating on behalf of the taxpayers. I'd like to read the following statement on behalf of the board and the membership. This is the largest, if not the largest of the county's contracts. The contract will have a term of 8 years. The difference in the new rates between the current vendor Waste Management and the low bidder FCC is more than 30% for single-family residents. The price differential for multifamily and commercial customers are similar. Waste Management has been Martin County's waste hauler for more than 30 years, but that does not mean that they are the only waste hauler that can do the job and do the job effectively. 30% more or over $45 million for the life of the contract does not warrant allowing them to keep the contract just because they have been the vendor for so long. Waste Management has been an excellent corporate citizen, but is the norm in the industry for the contracted hauler to support local, not-for-profits in the county. All three companies have the experience and qualification to fulfill the contract. All three companies are more than capable of fulfilling any contract signed with Martin County. This county would be considered a mid-range sized county for these vendors. The committee's top choice was FCC. While price is an important factor at 50% of the total, other criteria like service and qualifications were also factors in ranking. FCC was ranked first, followed by Waste Management and Waste Pro, that were tied. FCC was founded in Spain in 1906 and is based in Texas, operates in more than 36 countries worldwide. They currently provide service to more than 100,000 homes in Palm Beach County through contract with Solid Waste Authority. They service over 200,000 homes and businesses in Volusia, Polk, Orange counties of Florida. Palm Beach County Solid Waste Authority bids their solid waste services every 5 years in different areas of the county. This process has yielded near seamless transitions throughout the county. We believe with proper preparation and planning, the same could be achieved in Martin County. There will almost certainly be startup issues with someone new. The Martin County Taxpayers Association believes that if the difference in price were only a few percent, then we would agree that a change from the current provider is not worth the disruption. All three companies are more than able to fulfill their obligation. A breach of contract suit is not something that any company dealing with various governments wants on their record. None of these companies is undercapitalized or a small mom-and-pop organization. In these uncertain economic times, a 36% difference in price for a single-family homeowner is not something we can endorse. Over the life of the 8-year contract, the ratepayers of Martin County will pay between
time's up.
$40 million, $48 million,
Time's
or to
up.
Waste Management than they have paid to
Your time is
FCC.
up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerome Jackson, followed by Elaine Hines.
My name is Jerome Jackson. My wife and I both own 4 different properties in this county. And I have to say, I'm relying upon you people who make decisions, that you will take a look at the track records of those who are making these proposals. Surely you have better access to that information than I do. But it would be a tremendous blessing to me if this year you would say, congratulations, your tax bill is going to be reduced. Ha ha ha. Thank you very much for you doing your work.
Elaine Hines, followed by Laura South.
You can go there.
Hi, I'm Elaine Hines I'm Vice President and Board of Directors of Equine Rescue and Adoption Foundation. We're not residential, we're commercial, but I'm here in support of Waste Management. They have provided us exemplary service with our conditions at the property. We have anywhere from 40 to 60 rescue horses with garbage, general garbage, as well as 4 to 6 tons of manure every week. They have been at our beck and call anytime we have experienced an overload or any of our problems. They have responded immediately and effectively. I listened to some of the individuals here speaking about their services, and yes, you have many companies that can provide the same service. What concerns me is in having dealings with bidding from my own company, in the past, the lowest bidder is not always the one that provides the best service.
Go ahead, ma'am, I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. And what concerns me is in some cases, when you have a lowest bidder, they start off giving you the services that you're asking, but run into some snags here and there, and then they come in for change orders, or they didn't expect this item. I don't know that that has occurred with Waste Management. And if you're looking to just on price, that's something that would concern me, is what are you going to permit in the future that might even bypass what Waste Management's bid is right now? So just in our experience, we've been in business at Equine Rescue for 20 years, and we have dealt with solid waste, or waste management for all that time. And we have nothing but exemplary comments to make about the dealings that we've had with them, and we hope that you will continue to use them and their price that they have, which has considered all the additional items that has been put on them through the county with COVID, other items that have been asked of them. From my understanding is they have complied. So that's my support of Waste Management. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Laura South, followed by...
Commissioner, pardon me, I need to reestablish audio for Zoom, so if you could just pause the meeting for a minute or two.
Okay. Give us just a minute.
Just gonna pause
Apparently,
for
we're
a
having
second.
technical difficulties.
You see it?
Welcome to Zoom. Pound. Enter your participant. You are in the meeting now. There are 8 participants in the meeting. You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing 6. You have been put on hold by the host. You cannot listen or talk until the host releases. You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing *6. The host would like you to unmute your mic. You are unmuted.
Okay, we're back on Zoom. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Good afternoon. The electronics are wonderful when they work, aren't they? I would like to speak to you. I am a resident of Stewart, and I have an 85-year-old mother that lives in Hobe Sound. And we are concerned regarding this bid as far as the economics. I think with the downturn in the economics and the situation and the concerns, the budgetary concerns of the county and the city, that pricing is a very important factor, especially when everything else is so close in comparison on your scoring. I have worked in other counties in events and activities, and I am somewhat familiar with both of these companies. I know that whenever a new company comes into an area, people are concerned about what their involvement is going to be. I have seen FCC involved with community efforts that have always been very active, proactive, and important, whether it be the chamber or charitable organizations, and I feel that they would be doing the same thing in Martin County and supporting their community. The amount of money is very significant, especially over 8 years. This is not a short-term contract that we can be worried they're going to just go up in rates in the next year or two. And the amount of money that is different over the 8 years, I think, will significantly affect small businesses such as my own, as well as the individuals. So I hope that you will consider that, although they are all very qualified, all very good companies, that if you look at the numbers and the information and the experience of FCC, you'll see that they're a great organization for our community. Thank you.
Okay, Michael DeLeverick, followed by Laney and Missy Campbell. I don't know that you can do 2 on one thing, but...
Good afternoon, County Commissioners, employees and staff of the county, and residents and business owners of Martin County. My name is Mike DeClerc, and I am the Senior District Manager of Waste Management of Martin County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. As a 30-year veteran of the solid waste industry, I can tell you I have never experienced a year quite like 2020. None of us have. But I am proud that even during a global pandemic, when other municipal solid waste departments, both municipally run and privatized contractors, such as our partnership with Martin County, across the state of Florida and the USA have curtailed or suspended certain services due to staffing shortages. We have never come to the county seeking to reduce services. Have we been affected? Absolutely, but we continue to answer the call. Are we perfect? Of course not. No service industry is. However, we pride ourselves in reacting quickly, thoroughly when an issue pops up, and we work hard to make sure the issue does not reoccur. Turning to investment in our facility, long a staple in the Hobe Sound community, in the last 3 years, we've invested $1.6 million into our property and building on Bridge Road. Investment into the necessary infrastructure for trucks fueled by compressed natural gas, or CNG, is our next step. Within our proposal of the next Martin County contract, we are purchasing 76 brand-new trucks, 75 of them powered by CNG. I've heard a narrative that says other companies are proposing more trucks and more people and more routes. That is false. All you have to do is look at the proposals to see that. We have 9 more trucks purchased than FCC and nearly double the new trucks of Waste Pro. Additionally, Waste Management is proposing collection capacity 37% larger than FCC on residential recycling and 17% larger on yard waste, which there's a whole lot of in Martin County. When compared to Waste Pro, Waste Management's capacity provides even more disparity. This contract requires over $30 million in capital, and we are prepared to make that investment into Martin County. Neither of the other proposers has as many routes, trucks, or jobs allocated to this contract. That's a fact. Simply put, they cannot do the job with the assets they have allocated. With these investments, we are preparing to remain your partner long term. We know what it will take and will not make false promises that cannot be fulfilled. As the incumbent, we are also keenly aware that our current residential rates are insufficient to cover our costs. With the right sizing of our routes, we are proposing rates to purchase the needed equipment and cover our operating costs. We operate safely in the communities we serve and provide top-of-the-line service, consistently ranking at the very highest levels in our industry. I'll close out my 3 minutes by thanking you for your past and present partnership and for your time today. On behalf of all 175 colleagues at Waste Management of Martin County, we're proud to be your partner.
Sir, your time's up. Thank you.
Let's go with, are you going to double team?
Yeah, 2 for 1.
Okay.
Be afraid.
You
Good
still get 3
afternoon.
minutes.
I'm tall. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lainey Munich, and I'm the CEO at the Hope Sound Chamber, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Council of Chambers of Martin County, which, for those of you who don't know, is Hope Sound, Stewart, Indiantown, Palm City, and Jensen. And we are here to show our support of Waste Management. Waste Management has been part of the Martin County for over 40 years, dating back to when the company was known as Nicholas Sanitation. They invested in Martin County in the mid-'80s, building a state-of-the-art facility, which is on Bridge Road, right near us at the Chamber. They have been a stable employer with close to 100 employees in Martin County. The past 2 years, they've invested over 1.5, I think he said 1.6 million on upgrading their facility. Assisting our economy, they try to buy local as much as they can, purchasing supplies and services. They are also currently bringing compressed natural gas to their facility and fleet in order to minimize the carbon footprint, as well as investing in Martin County. And on a side note, for some of my chamber members that couldn't be here, they wanted to let you know how much they love and appreciate the drivers and their friendly customer service that they provide. Now I'll turn it over to Missy.
And I'm Missy Campbell from the Palm City Chamber. And there's sponsorships of events range from the Indiantown Rodeo to the Palm City Fall Fest to the Jensen Beach Pineapple Fest and the Air Show. They are very supportive to all of our nonprofits, which we know right now is going to be very crucial. And talking about the ladies' battery story, which I was fascinated with, and you know what? It's very important that my battery starts my car, but it's also important who put in my battery. And I don't agree with that 50-50, the way that you guys rank that personally. I want a nice person who's going to take care of me. And if there's a problem in my neighborhood, they're going to come and take my trash. I want a nice person who's going to start my battery and put it in. And Kelly and Ryan had one of Waste Management's drivers on there right when COVID started, and they were talking all about everything that they were willing to do and to go outside the box and help in our community. So therefore, the Palm City Chamber also strongly supports Waste Management. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Keith Fletcher and another double, Sean Kyle. Well, come on.
check out my face mask. Whatever it takes. So that's kind of our daily slogan in today's times with the Boys and Girls Club of Martin County. I'm Sean Kyle, Director of Development, and here in support of Waste Management. They've been a true partner since I've been around, and helping our children and 4,000 families that we support in Martin County getting to and from the schools to our clubs in Hope Sound. Their corporate headquarters is less than a mile away. They refurbished our buses, got our first used bus that we purchased on the road. Those are the type of relationships like the chamber has spoke about who's putting in the battery. Jeff Saban's a household name with Waste Management. Mike also, all that they do in Martin County. As a former chamber president, I can also tell you they'll go above and beyond. So whether it's a beach cleanup with our teens, workforce development, with our Youth of the Year program at the Boys and Girls Club, they've always answered the call. Cleaning out the clubs on a Saturday, I drove in, I did not call to the headquarters, and their dispatcher allowed an extra truck to show up to our club to pick up our old teen couches. How fun is that? But again, you're answered with a smiling face, a handshake, an elbow bump, and that type of relationship in Martin County, is important for a charity like the Boys and Girls Club. Thank you.
Is Fletch here, or his name's on the?
He was on his way. I believe he's going to be
Okay.
Here.
Ms. Joan Goodrich, followed by Daniel Comerford.
Good afternoon. I'm Joan Goodrich with the Business Development Board, the county's Economic Development Group. I had the good fortune of touring Waste Management's Martin County Service Center with Michael DeClerc and Jeff Saban as one of my very first existing business visits last October. Through it, I learned that Waste Management employs the 175 associates that Michael had mentioned here in Martin County, many of whom had been with the county for a very long time. When I was there on site, there was so much excitement as they had just learned that they were named the top team for driving excellence. It was clear from the associates that I met during that visit and during the tour that there was deep community pride for the service they're providing our residents and businesses. Additionally, I was shown the areas that they were making the capital improvements, which Michael also talked about there on Bridge Road. And lastly, I know just some of the few small businesses like Tauscha's Seafood Market and Mineros, who have really appreciated the deliberate decisions by Michael and his local waste management team to shop local, buy local during this pandemic, as they sought to also take care of their associates as essential workers. It's a very good example of how a larger existing business like Waste Management, who's been in town since the 80s, can also help some of our other local businesses too. I just wanted to share that with you, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Daniel Comerford, followed by Mr. Alfred Miller.
Thank you very much, Commissioners, for allowing me to speak this afternoon. I am here today to speak on behalf of my Carter for the past 60-plus years, Waste Management. Waste Management and their predecessors, Nichols Sanitation. I am the mayor of Jupiter Inlet Colony, a small town on the southern tip of Jupiter Island in the northern part of Palm Beach County, and I'm here today with a cautionary tale. You may remember reading in the paper about 2 years ago about the debacle that happened in the town of Jupiter. Evaluation systems, which are heavily weighted, 50%, toward pricing, are inherently flawed and generally produce a skewed or flawed result. This was certainly true in the case of the town of Jupiter, who mistakenly chose Advanced Carters over Waste Management, their longtime 40-year-plus Carter, over Waste Pro and Waste Management, using a similarly flawed evaluation system using pricing as the primary component, 50%, as I had said earlier. Following massive and continual resident protests and additional due diligence on the part of the town council, not staffing, they reversed their original staff recommendation and awarded the contract to Waste Management over the low bidder, and signed a contract with their long-term partner, Waste Management. And just last week, as a matter of fact, you may have read in the Palm Beach Post that FCC had been cited last year for failure to get the proper permits on their leased site in the Ag Reserve. You may want to look into that. They did finally answer those protests for lack of proper permits, so they don't have a completely clean slate. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Mr. Alfred Miller, followed by Toby Oberdorf.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Alfred Miller, and I'm from Hope Sound. Probably the last 35 years. I'm very familiar with Waste Management and the services that they've given our community, the community at large, in addition to a lot of the nonprofits. I've been fortunate enough to be involved in a lot of cleanups, a lot of the Keep Martin Beautiful projects, and without a doubt, we could always depend on Waste Management and Jeff Saban to be right there and to give us the support that we've needed. And I really don't believe that it was just us in a vacuum that they were offering great services to. I think it's a well-managed company, and I'd also like to say that cheaper is not always better. And we need someone, as we continue to move ahead, that has proven that they're able to get the job done. And I believe the fact that you do have "or" in the provision that's been presented to you, meaning that you can also award the new contract to Waste Management. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Toby Oberdorf. Representative, Mr. Toby Oberdorf. Big shot.
Without your mom.
All right. Thank y'all. I'm here today as an individual, and I've watched Waste Management throughout their time within the county here, and they've always been forward-thinking. They've also responded to emergencies, and they've been a part of our community. Each company that you have before you is certainly well qualified. They certainly have the equipment. They certainly have the manpower to get the job done. But within our community, we have a structure here that no matter what, we've been able to count on this company, Waste Management, every time that we've had the call. Whether it's in the middle of a storm and they've supplied additional personnel to help with the cleanup, whether it's a community event where they've come in with a sponsorship, they've invested over and over and over again in our community. Shoot, I've seen some of the drivers literally grow up as they've done their routes, and they've been a part of this community for so many years. I mean, I remember when Jeff had more hair way back when. The reality is that we had an earlier gentleman that spoke and said that they favor rates over relationships. And I got to tell you, it's more than cost. It's about our community. And this company has really done well to bring our community together, to service our community, and that's why, as an individual, I'm supporting Waste Management. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Reich, followed by David Ramirez.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Brian Rich.
Oh, Rich, I'm sorry.
I'm the General Manager of Piper's Landing in Palm City for the past 14 years, and a Martin County resident for that long as well. So I'm kind of a short timer compared to most in Martin County. I'm here to support Waste Management as well. On the residential side, they're always reliable, on time, provide great service. Their guys even bring the bins and my trash cans back up to my garage. On the commercial side, also very reliable and consistent in their service. I really think they do a great job for us. It was interesting that staff talked about the fact that the RFPs were not apples to apples. And that I heard Mr. DeClerc say that Waste Management in their bid provided for many more employees, more trucks, more capacity, more service. And I think that's an important aspect of what you should be looking at, because it isn't all about price. The difference, I think, is not as great if it's not apples to apples. And I would take another look at it, and I'm guessing that's why staff put that "or" in there, that because of the non-apples to apples RFP, that they would give you that opportunity to dig a little deeper and take a harder look. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
David Ramirez, followed by Kathleen Owen.
Council members, thank you for the opportunity to present. My name is David Ramirez with FCC Environmental. I just wanted to highlight some comments or highlight some things based off the comments that have been made here. During this baffle process, the number of routes and staff that was proposed, which you have, is very similar to what was proposed by Waste Management. So we really want to highlight the fact that we are not only increasing the level of service that you are receiving now, but we're doing it at a much better price. We've clearly seen how much the residents in the community back Waste Management. However, as been stated, every company is able to provide that same level of service and commitment and dedication to Martin County. Thank you very much.
Okay, Kathleen Owen, followed by Sadia Afridis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. First of all, let me thank you for all that you do for our community. I've been a resident of Martin County for the past 25 years, and I'm here in support of Waste Management and the wonderful customer service that their entire staff delivers. I think it's very important that we talk about customer service and we know what we have with Waste Management. They're the gentlemen that pick up our trash on a twice a week basis. They're kind, courteous, they'll always give you a smile and a wave. I've been here before talking about Waste Management, and I've asked the people in the audience, just give them a wave and tell them thank you. We know that during the COVID, when people were in lockdown, we could ride through any community and see double, triple, and a whole bunch of trash and thrown out items as people cleaned out closets, drawers, everything else. All of it was picked up. They performed like they always perform for us. And then just going to the community and listening to the various charities that have been here. I've volunteered for many of them, and you always see Jeff Sabin and Waste Management step up to the plate to help the charities in whatever manner that they can. So again, I'm here in support of Waste Management. We know what we have. Thank you.
Sadia, followed by Julie Priest.
Hello. For the record, I am CDS Afridis, like nobody knows. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mrs. Krista, Ms. Moore, and everyone. Yes, I wrote my feeling. I hope and pray all is well with you and yours. Waste Management has been an outstanding partner and a great asset and supporter to Martin County, and especially to the Golden Gate community and many times of need. On behalf of the historic Golden Gate community and myself, we are truly grateful for the support Waste Management has been given to our Golden Gate community for the past 21 years that I have been a resident and witnessed it personally. I have personally never heard of these new companies until I saw one of them's ad on the Facebook. This company, to my knowledge, never approached the community nor attended our meetings so we can find out their information at least. Again, on behalf of the Golden Gate community, we recommend to our Martin County official to retain the Waste Management Company with our 1,000% support for a job well done in our community. Like the man said, if it's not broken, why change it? We have no problem paying extra dollar. From what I see, it's 35 cents a month. Come on, that's a joke. I give it to you. If that, the reason this competition is offering, I can assure you, none of us would mind. We are so very happy and grateful to the Waste Management for many years of great service to our historic Golden Gate community, and pray that they will continue with your support of awarding them the contract. And I'm really sorry to say that loyalty really goes a long way. Like everybody stated, if you got a problem, call Jeff, and he never miss. You know, their employees, they knock on Chris's door, Mr. Chris, you forgot to put the trash out. This is what we used to. And thank you for listening.
Thank you. Julie Priest, followed by Mr. Scott Fay.
Good afternoon, Chairman and honorable members of the board. I'm Julie Priest. My husband and I own several properties and residential rentals and have been here since Nichols Sanitation was the provider. There has been at least a 20% increase in garbage generated by tenants due to COVID lifestyle changes. Rio has mostly cul-de-sacs that require trucks to back down those roads. That could cause traffic delays if not done well, and Waste Management handles those trucks efficiently down those narrow roads. We have found Waste Management to be accessible and responsive. Their performance and service are excellent. COVID-19 has caused enough disruptions. Please award the contract to Waste Management and keep those 175 jobs local. This is not the time to deal with unintended consequences of changing this essential service provider. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Scott Fay, followed by Mr. Ted Estall.
Good afternoon. It's good to see you all, and I have 3 points that I get to make because everything else on my 6 pages of notes have been said in support of Waste Management. But the one thing I have to say first is I really thank this commission. I've said it often over the last several months. I believe we have the best commission that we've had ever since I've been here, since 1983. And I believe all 5 of you come to this table to serve us the best you can. And I don't know how you're doing it with the COVID and all the difficult decisions we have to make. So thank you for indulging me to say thank you for what you're doing. I can't imagine doing any of that myself. My second point that maybe nobody else has made, it's been talked about other services to the south and other services to the north. And we're nothing like the county to the south, and we're nothing like the county to the north. And I don't say that arrogantly, but I do say it proudly. There is no place like Martin County. This ain't Kansas, baby. This is Martin County. I'm proud of that. And it really further impacts the third point, which Toby stole right off of the bottom of my sheet. I think FCC said it best. It's not about relationships, it's about rates. Thank you.
Mr. Stolfi, where is he? Okay, we'll set that one aside. Jay Spicer, I see him, followed by Elaine Hines.
Thank you, Commission. Jay Spicer, Martin County Fair, home of the new Treasure Coast Agriplex. I don't have all the details, obviously, about what's in those bids and those proposals, but I can tell you, having to replace our roof last year, the lowest price is not always the best deal. I'll also put in that the difference in the annual rate to the consumer is one meal at Kyle G's, and I'm willing to forego one if it means keeping the current provider we have. The fairgrounds produces of peaks and valleys of trash collection based on the event we have. And it was hard for us to want to pay rates significantly through the year for trash bins that would be empty most of the time. So they've been more than accommodating with us to work out billing and donations and free dumpsters and trash collection at the fair for recyclables. They've been a fantastic partner for us. I'm sure the new guys would probably talk to us as well about that, but all I can go is what I know. And what I know is Waste Management's done a heck of a job. Thank you.
Elaine Hines, followed by Mr. Ken Pruitt. This is a double? Okay. Mr. Pruitt, you are up to bat.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners and professional staff, my name is Ken Pruitt, representing Waste Management, and I thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak here today. Martin County is special. Martin County is unique. Martin County doesn't want to become like Dade, Broward, or Palm Beach County. Sound familiar? Over the years, we have heard this thousands and thousands of times. It's true. Martin County wants to be special. Martin County wants to be unique, and it is. It's a culture. The people of Martin County and its leaders have determined that they want a quality of life unlike any other place. It's literally part of the DNA here in Martin County. The citizens pay more to protect their waterways, they tax themselves to buy public lands, and they vote for economic development to create good jobs. It's a very special place. The employees who work for Martin County have the same quality of life mindset. They love their county and they love their jobs. Why? It's because of the culture that this county commission and this administration have created. Martin County respects their employees, and they do it within their financial means to do whatever they can to compensate and pay a living wage to their employees because of their dedication and loyalty to the citizens of Martin County. In Martin County, no employee is a number. A similar culture exists like that in Martin County at Waste Management with all of its employees. Our service is great because our employees feel valued and they feel appreciated. They receive a living wage, and our longevity rate is something that we are incredibly proud of. Why? It's tangible proof that none of our employees are just a number. Our employees know that we want them to be successful and that we want their families to thrive and live the American dream right here in Martin County. In closing, the term value is defined by each one of us in our own special way. To some, it could be finding the cheapest product regardless of its quality. Webster defines it as the monetary worth of something. I interpret it as you get what you pay for. Others have a broader definition that incorporates more than just price, such as service and relationships. Yes, life is about relationships. Track record, review of a product or service. Webster defines that as a fair return or equivalent in goods, services, or money for something exchanged. The operative term here is fair return. Waste Management believes its proposal is a fair return for what the citizens of Martin County have come to expect from its solid waste company, and we sincerely hope that you will agree with that. Thank you.
Paula Hund. Okay, Mary McNicholas, followed by Margot Graff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Mary McNicholas, and I do represent FCC. I've had the fortune of actually dealing with quite a few of the waste haulers. I can honestly say that I do believe that they actually are very good companies. However, FCC loves Martin County. Our quality of service and relationships are what we hope to be able to expand upon if given the chance. This is about your return on investment. Your process was not flawed. No one is trying to underbid or low-cut your transparent, good process. This is not a popularity contest. This actually is a utilitarian service to save you $45 million if given the opportunity. Change does not need to be disruptive. FCC has had seamless transitions, taking over, in fact, Waste Management's district in Palm Beach County. Of course, if given the chance, this is a world-class company that is fighting for your contract. They're begging you and fighting to save you $45 million. Just think of what could be done with that type of money in this economy by people that are on fixed incomes and have been injured or hurt by COVID. In 20 years of government experience, I have never heard a selection committee needed to have a majority. I do believe that your process done by your purchasing staff was exemplary. One comment was that there were false promises, low bidding, other things. With all due respect to that honorable gentleman, that is not true. There is no system that's 50% inherently flawed, any of the rest. The nonprofits, we will absolutely encourage them, embrace them. Community engagement is what this company is about, if given the chance. Sponsorships and partnerships, if I was a nonprofit, I'd be saying the exact same thing. My family and I, we've been to your fairs, to your YMCA, to your YCMA fundraisers, everything. There is no problem that I feel that FCC will not be engaging the same
Your
group.
time's up.
I thank you.
Margot Graff, followed by Craig Bausenberg. You see Craig?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I just wanted to say you always have such a hard decision to do on everything in the community, and I so appreciate everything you do for us. Many years ago, I took a tour of Waste Management, and I have to say, they did teach us a lot at Habitat for Humanity. All their drivers, that is their office every day, and they respect their office, and they also respect the clients that they serve. And we enjoy having them in Habitat for Humanity. As part of our board of directors is Jeff Sabin. And I just wanted to also let you know that they are very involved in the community, and they have taught us a lot with our trucks and our community service back to the community through Habitat. So I wanted to hope that you consider keeping them as part of our community, but of course you have to make the final decision. Thank you.
Is Craig, I don't see Craig Bausenberg in the audience. Mr. Coffey just walked in, so I'll bring his name back out.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I had to take a Zoom meeting. So I just wanted to point out a couple things. I know a lot's been said, but you know, sometimes price isn't the most important factor. And I would encourage you to do a couple things. Talk to some of your staff about the results of low bid. Sometimes low bid isn't the best opportunity. You've got to go beyond price and look at service. You know, I look at things like what happened in Hope Sound, unfortunately, Commissioner Jenkins, in your district, and having to go in and help people rip things out of their homes, and getting that level of support from a business voluntarily to help out in a situation like that. Sometimes if you're not working with that local company, with that local presence, and it's low bid, they don't show up. I worked with some of your staff for a period of time on an ordinance that they're working on to address the change orders that come out of low bid out at the airport. I've talked to other department staff about the difficulty they have with businesses that come up with low bid in both performance and in change orders. And so I think you've got to take into consideration some of those intangibles when you make these decisions and not necessarily just go for low bid. I also believe that sometimes when it looks too good to be true, it might just be too good to be true. So I encourage you to go ahead with a contract with renewal for waste management. So thanks for the time.
Okay. Melissa Corbett, followed by John Pascalone. That's you. Well, is Melissa Corbett here? Oh.
I don't have the same heels.
No, you don't, but
Good afternoon, members of the board, staff, and members of the community. Thanks for being here. I think it speaks volumes. My name's John Pascalone, by the way. I'm a Hobe Sound resident, 30-plus year resident of Martin County, and I'm here in favor of the Waste Management Group. Hopefully you'll approve their contract. I think it speaks volumes when I'm sitting here looking at my notes and my friends Laney and Missy and Scott Fay and Toby Overdorf, Alfred Miller, and so many other people are saying the same thing. And I hope that you hear them loud and clear that Waste Management has been a good neighbor. They've been a good community person. They've been a good team for the community. A couple things that have not been said. It is not all about dollars and cents. One of the recent speakers talked about return on investment, but again, that's not always measured in dollars. I would recommend personally that the BCC consider the second option that the staff has put on the board here and inquire about community involvement when you do your rating. How much is each provider willing to give back to the community? As a small business owner, I own a small business with my wife in Tequesta, soon to be in Hobe Sound once we get a building permit out of the building department. But we're going to be here soon. I'd like to know where that $700 savings is that I'm going to be realizing, because I don't pay $700 a year now for waste pickup. And I don't anticipate paying $700 then. So I'd like to have an opportunity to see some of the metrics that are being used and some of the numbers that are being reported. I mean, I can't fathom a $45 million savings. I mean, that's great, but where are those numbers coming from? I haven't seen the numbers, obviously. Hopefully you have, staff has. But I won't take up a lot of time. I'll just say, many of you know I'm the chair of the Hobe Sound Chamber Government Affairs Committee. Obviously, the chamber is very involved with community events all throughout Martin County, the 5 various chambers, but particularly in Hobe Sound. We love the relationship that we have with the Art Fest and with the parade and everything else. You look, sponsored by Waste Management. And in deference, again, to one of the other speakers, you attended events at the YMCA, but did you sponsor any events? I've not seen any FCC-sponsored events. I didn't even know FCC existed, and I actually saw one of their trucks at the racetrack gas station this morning. So thank you for your time. Again, I support Waste Management, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
And last speaker forum is Mr. Jeff Sabin, and then Mr. Merker. You have Zoom? Okay. Then we'll do Zoom after Mr. Sabin.
Good afternoon. Chair, Commissioners, Jeff Sabin, Nichols Sanitation. Everyone, I get to say 41 years here in Martin County, and very proud of it. Thank you for this opportunity to address you today. And I want to thank all the the supporters that have come out, our community partners. We do more than support. They're our partners, and we're very proud of that. Mike touched upon one of the most important elements, and a discussion point that's very popular as well, and that is the staffing plan and the difference in the staffing plans. Our waste management people, over 100 team members, are the heartbeat of our operation and provide the level of service you and your residents have come to expect for over 30 years. Long tenured, well compensated, great benefits, and loyal. They love their jobs, and it's reflected in the exceptional service they deliver. The last I checked, not one of our employees has been surveyed by the other firms for availability, since their proposals are 100% contingent upon 100% of our people flipping to them. Waste management people will be absorbed into the current and expanded waste management operations, leaving zero for the entry-level positions offered by the other firms, which they don't have a staffing plan, or there's no subcontractor identified. The value of things like backdoor service that take twice as long to service, close to the over 1,000 residents that receive that type of service, like Sailfish Point and Willoughby, they're not included in the proposer's submittals. So, and the value of us responding to storms, fires, and floods, it's just what we do and what we always have done, and we hope to continue to. The spirit of the RFP, which has been spoken about, is heavily weighted to price, 50%. So even with apples to oranges comparison, it's $5 a month or 30 cents per pickup. I know that I've heard some other numbers, but that's what it boils down to, and that's apples and oranges. If you reconcile the additional cost to accommodate neighborhoods that require backdoor, handicapped, and valet service, plus vegetative waste removal, that is not included in the other proposals. Waste Management of Martin County is your partner of choice, a partner who has 65 locations in Florida, is based right here in Hobe Sound, and headquartered in the United States of America. Apples to apples, Waste Management wins. Waste Management is synonymous with Martin County, helping create the fabric, how we measure value and services provided to your residents and our customers, visiting every home 4 times, 5 times a week.
Time's up, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Merker. We have one more speaker form, and I just want to go through. Melissa Corbett's not here, Craig Basenberg's not here, and Paula Hunt is not here. Is that correct? Okay, and we have a new Jeff Sluggett. Is that?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, Jeffrey Sluggett Associates, representing FCC. Clearly, I just want to make one last comment. We all know Jeff Sabin. Jeff's a great guy. Been here many, many years. We're not going to say anything bad about Waste Management. They've provided you all with tremendous, tremendous service. We know that. However, in this pandemic, in these economic times, $45 million savings to your residents and business owners are critical at this point in time. I just wanted to real quickly let you know, with reference to the Palm Beach County contracts that they have, FCC services 2 areas. Those 2 service areas, when they transition those, are like 2 Martin counties. And as you've heard and you've seen in the proposals and what was mentioned today, we have gotten a 10 out of 10 top ranking from the Palm Beach County Solid Waste Authority. I think we all understand from all the comments that were mentioned today, you have 3 proposers. They all can do the job. They're all qualified. They're all top waste management companies in this country. The fact of the matter is, you went through a selection process that was transparent. You have a proposer that has proposed $45 million savings over the life of that contract. What we're asking is you really should do the right thing for your residents and business owners. FCC is going to be there for the community, the chambers, the nonprofit organizations. This is part of what this industry does. It's not just Waste Management. It's not just FCC or Waste Pro. They all give back to the communities that they become entrenched in and ingrained in. So I would ask for your support today to move forward with this contract award to FCC and save your residents and business owners $45 million. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Merker, how many do you have on there? Just one? Okay, we have now reached our break time, so we're going to do our one Zoom and close public comment, and then take our break.
Suzanne Bowman.
Yes, Commissioners, thank you so much for all you do and for your time. And to Waste Management, thank you so much. And I hope this is just a thank you and not a goodbye. I keep hearing you guys, the other companies present this $45 million. But where is that money coming from? Because this is my fear. I have not a relative, a friend, nothing in Waste Management. I just love the employees. They're amazing. And it's going to be on their backs.
I don't care if you offer them jobs. You know, you cannot say it's going to be at the rate they're making now, with the sick time they have now, with the vacation they have now. I've been an employee of a major U.S. carrier for 35 years, and they did this to our SkyCaps. Brought another company in. They lost their benefits. They went down to a base pay scale. Then they did it to the catering company. They got rid of Sky Chef. Brought in another company. Those employees had jobs, but they didn't have the job they had. They didn't have the pay they had. These people that work for Waste Management that live here in Martin County, these are your constituents, commissioners, and we can't make a decision like this on the back of those employees, those amazing, amazing employees of Waste Management. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. We are going to take a 10-minute closed captioning break, and we'll be back. right. Well, I guess we're done with public comment, so this is coming back to the board. I just want to start off by saying Martin County is different, and I have a bumper sticker that says exactly that, that somebody in the room put together. We're not Palm Beach County. We're not St. Lucie County. We demand a very high standard, as evident by our fire rescue system and our sheriff's department, just as two examples of the best of the best. This contract touches every person in Martin County and is very important. I've had to deal with low bids my whole life in my professional business, and it doesn't seem like this is one contract that needs to be solely based on what it is today. So with that, I'll move on to other commissioners' comments with regard to this debate. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, first and foremost, thank you to everybody, both the bidders, the public, and those that spoke on behalf of the various bidders and so on. Harold actually stole a couple of things I was going to say. You know, first and foremost, what's interesting about a waste contract, if you think about it, and no offense to the three companies that are here, but it's not really a sexy industry. It's not one that, you know, everybody would say, oh man, that's just the coolest business in the world. However, all that being said, and I can say that because my dad's business at one time when we were around wasn't as sexy and wasn't a business that had a lot of cool stuff going for it other than it was a great business. And the interesting part about the not sexy part is that Harold said it touches every single person in this county in some shape or form or fashion. We heard from our community people talk about how it touches them personally and why it's important to them. And again, if you think about trash as a whole, it wouldn't be necessarily, I think, in the general conversation of something that might come to the top of your list of, hey, this is the most important thing in Martin County. But in the 20 years I've been doing this, there are three examples I always use when somebody talks to me about what we do as a board or what we do as commissioners. And I share with them that there are three enormous pieces of our budget that are probably the least complained about pieces of our budget. If you think of the thousands of emails that we as county commissioners and staff get on a regular basis, if from the sheriff's department, if from fire rescue, if from trash collection, they are probably at the very bottom of the list of complaints. Way at the bottom of the list of complaints. I mean, I can count on one hand for all three of those groups and parts of our budget that we get complaints on in the course of a year. And what that always tells me is, regardless of what people have to say about those three pieces of our budget, it means that A, we as a community or we as a county are doing something right. The group, whether it's fire rescue, whether it's the sheriff's department, whether it's our trash collection, is doing something right. Because if not, you would hear about it and you would know about it. And we just don't get that. And so going through the bids and understanding the complexity of all of this involved, one of the things I struggled with the bidding process was the idea that, in my mind, and this is how I explain it to staff, and whether it's the right way to think about it or not, it's just how I'm wired. I look at it as two buckets. Two buckets, one being the price of the bucket, and one being the service side of the bucket. And we had a couple speakers got up and tell us how important it was that we should save money, and that's important, and rightfully so, that should be a commentary. But equally as important on the price, in my mind, is the service side of the piece. And I have said this 1,000 times to people that I've talked to over the years of doing this. without failure, everything I have taken to the roadside or curbside of my house, by the afternoon is gone. There's no remnants of anything that I put out there, and I have put some crazy hellacious stuff out at the corner of my street, or driveway rather. And I never have to second guess whether that's going to occur or not. It happens. The same thing with fire rescue when you dial 911, and the same thing you get with the sheriff's department. It happens. People come, they do their job, they do it really, really well. I think it was Ken Pruitt that pointed out, and certainly Toby that pointed out, not only are we different, but our residents' expectations of what we do as a board and what we deliver to them as residents, the expectations are ridiculously high. When you get elected as a county commissioner, and this is regardless of where we come from, what our thoughts are on all the various issues, I can tell you undoubtedly, if you were to ask any one of the five of us about the expectations issue of us, we are supposed to know everything about everything that happens in this county. We are supposed to work hard on every single thing that happens in this county, and by God, if you don't, you're out of there. And it absolutely is the truth. And so when it comes to decisions like this, none of the five of us would consider or think about making a decision like this in a vacuum. Because we know that the expectations of the community are so high, because that's the expectation of us, of them, of us, rather. And so I put a lot into this thought and process on the service side. You can argue money all day long. You know, the low bid, will you actually get what you thought you were going to get for your low bid? I will tell you, in many cases on low bids that we take in the county, we are constantly, I am certainly, and I'm sure the rest of the board does, kicking ourselves that we have to deal with the rules that we have to deal with, because in many instances the low bids don't perform and give the residents what they expect us to deliver to them. But that's the process. I think in this case, I know in this case for me anyway, our obligation to the community is of the highest importance relative to the service side of this thing. Price is important, there's no question about it. But if I can't say to our community that I know what the outcome is going to be with certainty relative to the deliverability of that service, then that fault will rest on me and the rest of the board for a long, long time. And so if you are going to look at something and say, okay, I've got a series of criteria in front of me, I've got a series of responses and rankings, where does that all fit? Something else that has bothered me in the process, and whether the bidders, all of them, agree with it or disagree with it, I would have been much happier had we had 3 or 4 of our rankers rank the number one choice. It would have been a whole lot easier for, I'm assuming, for all of us to go, yep, that's the clear winner. And I could sit there and point at why and how we got to that point. This one, unfortunately for us, for me, and I'll say another sideline note too, something that's important in this process that we have kind of worked hard through the years at doing is making sure that our process is good. Because again, our residents expect that, they demand that of us, and the result of that decision is significantly important. This one, however, does give me pause, and partly because our reviewers and our staff didn't give us, I don't think, what I would have hoped for, and I wouldn't say expected, because that wouldn't really be the right answer. It's much more, did we get something that was a really clear choice? And in this case, I'm not so sure that that's where we're at right now. Sarah, I think something would be important for you to help us with, or help me with anyway, in getting to the next piece of this. You've given us options. Do we have a basis? Do we have other criteria that sets us up to say, if we're not happy with where we're at, we have more options than that? Or is this where we're at and this is the only choice we have in front of us?
No, sir. In fact, those are the staff recommendations, which kept you within the RFP.
Sorry, Sarah, can you talk a little bit?
I'm sorry. Those are the staff recommendations. Then if you go further on the agenda item, the alternative recommendations, which is our practice, is the board may reject all proposals based on any reason the board deems sufficient. The board may defer the award the board can take any other action that the board deems lawful. Now, that's very vague. So I want to, if you're...
I guess part of that question, Sarah, would be what gives us or guides us
Right.
to be able to even consider something like that?
So primarily, first we go to our regulations. We go to our purchasing manual. And it's very important for us to understand that in this process, for the Martin County Purchasing Manual, Section 8.1 specifically exempts franchise agreements from competitive procurement.
We can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
You're wanting to look at all of them.
Okay,
every
I'm
time.
sorry, I won't look. So Section 8.1 of our purchasing manual specifically exempts franchise agreements from competitive procurement. We had decided as staff to go forward to see what was out there and to do a request for proposals, but you're not required by your own rules to do so. So that's important that you understand. So under that, the board could reject the RFP. You're not required to do it, and you could move on. I will tell you the best guidance is found in the RFP itself. So in Section 3.8 of the RFP, there's a provision that says the county's acceptance or rejection of proposals. The county reserves the exclusive right to accept the proposal, which is the best overall proposal based on the criteria, or cancel this RFP with the option of issuing a new RFP or another solicitation, or they can enter into negotiations with one or more proposers or other persons, or they continue to provide collection service with the current franchisee. Again, there's addition section so that we understand that all the proposers came into this process understanding that was a possibility. That was clear, it was in the RFP. And in addition, in our RFP, Section 3.9 provides limitations on proposers' rights. By submitting a proposal, each proposer acknowledges and agrees that the county is not obligated to award its agreement to the proposer that offers the lowest price to the county. The county shall be the sole judge of the procedure used to select the best proposal and the determination of which proposal is most advantageous to or in the best interest of the county. The proposer waives any and all claims it may have for damages, lost profits, costs, expenses, attorney's fees, or other industry if the county decides that the county will, 1, award the agreement to another proposer, or 2, not sign the agreement with the proposal, even if the selection committee recommends awarding the agreement to the proposer. I will say to you, as your county attorney, that language is in there in part, and Mr. David D., who is our outside counsel, can delve further into that, was in recognition of the fact that this is a very unique service. We're not buying a commodity. We're not buying paper towels here. We're buying a service. We're buying, something that's unique to Martin County. We like to view ourselves that way. I think we are that way as your attorney, that often we expect more. So I'm letting you know, to answer your issues, you do have the discretion to follow staff recommendation, but you also have the discretion to reject all bids. You can reject all bids and decide to do another RFP. You can also reject all bids and direct us to do negotiations with one of the proposers. So you've got a lot of discretion here. And if you have any further questions, I can have Mr. D., but I think that was I'm answering your question.
Thank you, Sarah. Mr. Chair, that was important. I just wanted to make sure that everybody could hear where our process comes from so that it's not baseless. It's not as if people don't understand what the options were in front of us. And again, what I'm equally, I think what's super, super important out of this contract is the service side of this. If we fail on this in any shape, form, or fashion, in my opinion, it's probably one of those things that we all take for granted, and we just assume it's going to happen the way it's going to happen. But if it changes, and if we don't do it right, we will have let our community down. That's my opinion. And so I know where I'm at on this in terms of, I think what my suggestion is we do, but I'm willing to hear from others, and if you want a motion at some point, I'm willing to make a motion.
Ms. Hurd.
Yeah, I would add to Ms. Wood's comments about 3.9 in the RFP, also to 3.7 and 3.8 in the RFP, which also, they detail the award of contract by board and the county's acceptance or rejection of proposals, and this is wherein our rights are spelled out. And they're real clear. It's on page 1234 if you want to put it up. We are to assess what the best value and the county's best interests are and act accordingly. And that's what the language in the RFP says.
Okay, yep, there you go.
Well, I thought I was smarter than what I thought, because apparently what I wrote down, I read, that we really have four choices: either accept the committee's evaluation, we do our own evaluation, the five of us, and make a decision that way. We throw the whole RFP thing out and start all over again, which would seem like that would be a very arduous task. Or we ask staff to negotiate with our existing contractor. Those are the four that I see choices that we have. I think we as a board should decide, and I didn't see your light on there, I apologize. Oh, and you too. Go ahead.
I have a few questions for Mr. Donaldson. Actually, quite a few. During our RFP process, is there, and I read the RFP and the contract and these bid documents, there's no local vendor preference or Buy America clause in the RFP, is that correct?
That's correct. There is no local preference in the RFP or Buy America clause.
As far as performance measures, are there particular performance measures, for example, liquidated damages? How do we assure performance on the contract?
There are performance measures, and Mr. Amerson, I think, probably be best in our Utilities and Solid Waste Director to answer that, but it is based upon various components in the RFP for, their schedule, the pickups at the houses, et cetera, that they would measure in terms of their responsiveness, the collection at each individual site, et cetera. I can't enumerate them off the top of my head right now, but there are performance criteria that would be measurable in terms of ensuring that any contractor meets what is the minimum requirements in the RFP.
So Commissioner Smith had used the word certainty, and, there's not a lot of certainty, especially in 2020. We all want certainty, and we certainly, know that our current provider has provided exemplary service. So is there, certainly the contract, though, requires performance by any of the contractors, is that correct?
That's correct.
Or they would be fined
Or found a default if they consistently did not meet the performance requirements.
Did all of the bidders meet the minimum requirements for the RFP?
Yes, we found that all the, in terms of the minimum requirements for providing bonds, et cetera, the financial capabilities that meet the minimum, yes, they all met the criteria. That's why they were evaluated.
So we've heard some talks about apples and oranges and backdoor services and valet services. I've read about the backdoor and the valet. I'd like to know if that was included in the proposals, and is that an additional service?
So they were not included in the proposal, and that is certain communities like to provide additional service that they may have requirements that the garbage cans can be only out for a certain number of hours, et cetera. or or they may be collected by a secondary service. Those homeowners associations or properties generally contract with a second provider who they pay for, not through, the county does not pay for. But that provider has to have a franchise agreement with the county's provider in order to provide that service. So there has to be a relationship between our franchise provider and these other services. And there are several of them, several of our communities take advantage of that and have for a number of years, because the minimum requirements in our specifications don't meet their standards, if you will. So they've added on to it, and our franchisee.
But do they pay extra for that service, or is
pay
that
extra.
service? So a neighborhood, if they were going to get a valet service, do they pay for that, or do?
No, they
Is that
pay
in the-
for it. They pay for it directly. We don't see any of those costs. However, that provider, as I said, has to be approved by the franchisee and allowed to operate under their franchise agreement.
Okay, can you explain the collection capacity? So I heard some numbers, 37% and 17%.
The
Collection capacity?
Oh, in terms of the availability to collect capacity per day, or?
There was somebody in the, one of the public speakers that mentioned the collection capacity was 37% and 17%.
I didn't
Sure.
remember that.
Thank you,
quick.
Commissioner. Good, that's a great question. For the record, Sam Amerson, Solid Waste Director. The capacities relate to the size of the collection vehicles. Two of the proposers proposed similar-sized vehicles, similar number of routes and collections per week. One of the other proposers had a larger collection vehicles. So if you take the size of the vehicle, the cubic yards, multiplied by the number of routes per week, then you'll come up with available capacity that they have to collect garbage.
Okay, so
and
that's the
recyclables.
capacity of the vehicle.
That's correct.
The sum of all of the truckloads that can be handled. You either have lots of little trucks or a few big trucks that could handle a similar capacity. And that's that apples and oranges analysis in terms of each one is providing a different means and numbers to accomplish the same goal.
Did we provide, when we were putting together this RFP, did we do a survey of residents to find out the expectation of their level of service, so we would understand during the bidding process, you know, what their level of service parameters were, so we could incorporate that? Because I'm hearing service is important from a lot of residents, but I'm not seeing that in the bid process.
No, there was not a survey of the community prior to preparation of the RFP.
And then I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, if I may. The level of service basically is, we provided for a minimum of two garbage collections per week, one day a week collection of recyclables, and 1 day a week yard waste. And then also collection of bulky waste as it's put out on the street. So that's really the minimum level of service, which is the current level of service we have now.
And the yard waste was obviously in here, and debris contract for storms is completely separate, is that correct?
That's correct. And during a significant event, an act of God, a natural disaster, a proportion that far exceeds your normal daily limit. For instance, when we had Francis and Jean, we had several million cubic yards of vegetation debris, hundreds of thousands of cubic yards of construction demolition debris. That certainly exceeds the minimum or the requirement of the contract for your normal collection. So in those particular cases, when it takes, in that case, 6 to 8 months to collect enough material to go back to normal surface, the county uses a disaster contractor, but also has to work in concert with our waste contractor. And sometimes you don't want to get into the weeds, but it's it is an important relationship to accomplish both at the same time, because you still have normal trash being picked up, and you have disaster trash that's being brought to the street and needs to be picked up. So both contracts occur at the same time.
So and say if we're under a declaration of emergency and we have a significant amount of debris, and would it be this contractor, or would it be, I know you said they're collaborating, but
So it depends.
there are two contracts.
It's the county's decision to invoke the natural disaster contractor, which is to bring in large volumes of trucks to haul debris, so you can take that away. Depending upon the size of the event, we may not bring in an outside contractor. It's our option. We would just use, in most cases, our existing contractor to perform the services needed to clean up. If you just, for instance, a tornado in a neighborhood that was small, maybe it just damaged a half a dozen homes, you wouldn't bring in your contractor. But when you have the devastation of an entire county, it's not expected that your waste hauler has the capacity to suddenly deal with 1 million cubic yards dumped on the ground all at once, and all of the housing demolition that goes from the damaged roofs and the water in homes and all the other debris that goes with it. However, like I said, it is important. They still are a contractor, and they are a partner in that cleanup in either in all the situations I've worked with. Our existing contractors work very well with us in terms of how we managed that association of disaster pickup and normal everyday pickup, and how do you identify that in the middle of the storm equitably and fairly, and in a way that FEMA will also approve, is complicated.
One more question, I just forgot it. Go ahead and go to Commissioner Campy.
Commissioner Campy.
Thank you very much. This has actually been a very interesting process. I'm in sales. I've worked for large companies where we have put bids together and made proposals and things like that. And then there's always the possibility of winning, and then there's always the possibility of putting in a tremendous amount of work, having the team put in a lot of hours, and not getting the bid. I think most of the people, and I was really looking at the professionals on all sides that spoke on behalf of the companies, because when you hear the employees and their representatives from FCC, of course they're going to say it's a terrific company. And I thought they were articulate, and they come in basically, and I'm just going to tell it like it is, they come in a power position because they're feeling confident that a lot of the numbers are tipped their way, and good for them. The gentleman from Waste Pro, I mean, most of us in Martin County have seen those trucks. We've been up in St. Lucie County, Port St. Lucie, we've seen them. And we know that company. I don't know it intimately, but I know the company, and I get that you're a local. And he came in and he figured, hey, I'm sort of like the spoiler in this. It's like Jeopardy. If you're number 3 in Jeopardy going into Final Jeopardy and the other two are close in their totals, they might knock each other out, and the third person could potentially grab it and win. And so he's here representing Waste Pro, and good for you. And then we get to Waste Management. And then that gets in, for me, really into the meat of the issue, which I believe, through no fault of the 3 participants in the process, that from the very beginning, this had been weighted in such a way that made it really about cost. When you have 50 points, basically winner take all, on the low bid gets all the points, it leaves the rest of it, which in my mind, and we've heard from my colleagues, and we've heard from members of the community, that were able to leave their jobs or leave their lives to come here to the meeting in the middle of the day on a Tuesday. So that really speaks volumes for their commitment to Waste Management, which also means volumes to Waste Management's commitment to them, that they felt it was appropriate to come and show their appreciation for, in many cases, potentially decades of loyal support. So with that in mind, I feel that to all three participants, the process is tricky. Because for me, it's not all about the money. And, I know that we're going to have hawkish taxpayers that will say, shame on you, it is all about the money. We had people say today, it's not about the relationship, it's about the rates. And in a lot of situations, that might be true. There was the first speaker this morning that used the battery analogy, which was interesting, because to me, a battery is a product. And what we're talking about today is a service. If it was as easy as purchasing a product, if we were buying garbage trucks from each of these companies, it would be a much easier process. We'd figure out exactly what the truck is, its life, its fuel efficiency, what its ranking is, and all of these things, and then we purchase them, and it's done. But that's not what this is about. We don't purchase fire rescue services, and we don't purchase police services. It's a process that we've grown here. This, in my mind, like Commissioner Smith said, I believe is one of the most important services after those other two that we offer to the residents of Martin County. This can work either very well or terribly. So I wanted to do some research. To be honest, I've never heard of FCC until this process began. So I did what a lot of people do. I Googled them. I went to their website, their corporate website, and studied all of the different pages because that gives them an unabashed opportunity to present their company exactly how they want to. And then what's interesting about when you Google them, there's a lot of industry information that pops up. But there were a couple of stories that ran in the newspaper, and I won't get into the details, but just to be clear, there's an OrlandoSentinel.com story from March of 2016 that talked about the transition and how it went, and it looks like they struggled in the beginning and had some fines, and I won't get into the details. And then there was a Palm Beach Post story about that they had struggled a little bit with the transition in terms of a piece of property that they bought, and they had trucks there. So I was trying to do my homework so that I could separate out just opinions and see whatever, even if it was minimal, whatever information was available. And then I got a document from staff because I hadn't heard of FCC. I wanted to find out a little bit more about the company. And so this is information from, I believe, the bid, and it says the following information is a list of relevant municipal contracts FCC or its subsidiaries are currently supporting around the world. FCC will provide any additional information of the contracts listed if requested. So obviously it's a global company doing business in Spain and the United Kingdom and Portugal and Austria and the Czech Republic, Poland, Bulgaria, and Serbia. But those other countries don't really concern me today. What does is the United States. And what it looks like, including Florida, they're doing business in 13 different, now they might have a couple of zones, but 13 different government entities, and the oldest one on the list is from 2016. They're doing business with 4 municipalities. They have some additional zones within those, but it looks like Orange County from 2016, it says that they started in the United States in 2008, I apologize. Orange County in 2016, Polk County in 2017, Palm Beach County in 2019, and Volusia County this year. So when I tried to do some research on waste management, I believe they have 65 locations or, municipalities in Florida, approximately, and I know here at least, we've done business with them for 30 years. I think most people that have moved here in the last 30 years don't know what it's like not to have waste management. Now that works for and against waste management. It works for them because they have the loyalty of the room. I mean, the people that spoke on behalf of FCC were FCC employee or representatives, and the gentleman that spoke on behalf of Waste Pro was an employee and owner of Waste Pro. The community comes out, and I'm sure I was looking at the faces of the FCC folks, and it's a little frustrating. You got all of these not-for-profits, and they're all coming forward, and they're saying, not only is Jeff Sabin great, but Waste Management is great. Well, they've earned that loyalty, as far as I'm concerned. So that is a disadvantage for FCC, because they're the home team. They have not really caused any kind of irreparable problems. If anything, from the commissioner's point of view, like Commissioner Smith said, constituent service is our number one priority. It's also our number one headache, because what we try to do is make our constituents happy. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but people only contact their elected officials when something's going wrong. We don't get too many attaboys. So if their street is flooded, or there's branches, or the sidewalk's broken, but quite often, I'm assuming my colleagues will agree, if it's something with I didn't get a pickup, or something happened, Waste Management has a very high level of customer service. It is, as far as I'm concerned, and I've lived in a couple of different locations, at the top of the industry. It's something that other companies can strive for, and it's not something that just they've done for a little bit. We're talking about decades of maintaining that highest level of customer service. I don't want to gamble that. So I start looking at the fact that the tally sheets, if it was strictly, for me, if it was strictly going to be based on a formula, we could have had a computer make the choice. The reason it's designed the way that it is, and all due respect to the individuals that worked on the selection committee, I only recognized a couple of the names. I didn't know who they all were. But at the end of the day, no one's going to remember that some member of the selection committee picked a company based on price that didn't work out in terms of the high level of service. And I'm not saying that FCC wouldn't. I'm just saying we're gambling. And so for me, I start looking at the intangibles and the unknowns. We talked about that backdoor service, which is very labor intensive. And what, for the folks at home that don't understand what that means, is the truck pulls up in front of certain homes, the driver or some employee gets off the truck, walks up the driveway, gets the pail, bring them back down, empty them into the truck, bring the pail back up, house after house after house. I heard that number is 1,000. If that's not factored in the bids that we're looking at and the dollar amounts that we're looking at, what's that service cost? So the other thing that I'll say, and then I'll end, even though I would tell my colleagues who already know this, but everyone listening, I believe this is the largest dollar amount contract we will ever vote on. It's a lot of money per year. It's 8 years up front with a 7-year extension. It's a 15-year situation. If we pick the wrong person up front, we're with that decision for a long, long time. So here's what I would leave it at. I do not believe, based on my many years of experience, not just socially and not-for-profit and community-wise with Waste Management, who has an advantage because they've been here, they've done a good job. I don't believe they're trying to gouge the county. I think they were looking at this as a renewal of their longtime contract and built in what they logically thought would be the cost of doing business in the county. I don't think they thought, wow, this is a slam dunk. We can pick any number we want. We can really grill Martin County. Our staff is too sharp for that, and it would never pass us. It definitely wouldn't pass our self-proclaimed fiscal watchdog, Commissioner Hurd. She's going to review this. She's going to review this with a fine-tooth comb. There's no free rides in contracts. Then there's a strategy, and I'm not saying it was FCC's strategy, but look, any of us that have been in any kind of a bidding process understands. And there was an example about a roof. I happen to have a leaky roof. I'm in the process of trying to find a contractor to replace my roof. 2 or 3 of them came in the mid-50s. One came in at $35,000. Now, your initial instinct would be to grab the $35,000. Why wouldn't I want to save $20,000? But then I'm forced to take a pause and think back, like, wait a second. What is the real ramifications of me just exclusively looking at this at a cost-only decision. I have to know the quality of the roof. I have to know how long the life expectancy of that roof will be, or I'm penny wise and pound foolish. I bite my nose to spite my face up front. So that's where I am. I appreciate that the three companies went through this process. I don't feel that we owe any of them specifically and a yes today, because anyone in sales understands you got to put it all out there for the possibility of getting it, but also understanding you might not. And if it leads to litigation, I think our team has tried to instruct us in such a way that we wouldn't paint ourselves into a corner. And so I agree that what was presented to me today is not as cut and dry as pick the lowest bidder and just hope for the best. We owe our citizens more than that. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Hurd.
Yes, the level of service that Waste Management provides to us is not the level of service that is required in the contract. Waste Management goes way beyond that. But that is the standard that Martin County residents are used to, and that's the level of service that they expect, and it's the level of service that they demand. I'm just a portion of the contract. This is the residential collection service at curbside for yard waste. It says the contractor is not required to collect land clearing debris, more than 10 cubic yards of yard waste from a single residential customer on a single scheduled collection day, any item of yard waste that is more than 5 feet long, 6 inches in diameter, or 50 pounds in weight. My neighbors put up that kind of yard waste every day, and Waste Management picks it up. So that's their obligation. We have to, it says right in the contract that we have to cut our yard waste into 5-foot lengths, and we're to bundle it, and we're to package it, and it can't be more than 50 pounds. But believe me, that is not the level of service that they're providing. Another analogy is our major airlines, American Airlines, United Airlines, Delta Airlines. They don't hire pilots for their ability to land an airplane when it's clear and when it's windless. They hire the pilots who can safely land a plane when there are thunderstorms around, when there's hail, when there's a bird strike, and when they've flamed out an engine all at once. So we need to know how these providers provide service when the situation is dire. When the chips are down, what kind of service are they going to provide? I know that at the beginning of the shelter-in-place order, I'm fortunate enough to have an acre full of residential live oak trees. So I was able to amuse myself by raking leaves for 2 weeks, the first 2 weeks of shelter at home. And then the next 2 weeks, I started cleaning out the closets, and then the pantry, and then the garage, and every one of my neighbors was doing the same thing. And we were all putting that stuff on our curbside, and Waste Management was coming to pick it up every single day. So I think it's clear that this isn't a commodity. It's an essential service contract. So I think that I know that we have choices in 3.8 of the RFP. It says that we can enter into negotiations with one or more proposers. I don't know if that's the way we go, but I think we need to choose one of these alternatives that best protect the interests of Martin County residents and ratepayers.
Harold?
She done?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'd say offer one more thing, and then I'll make a motion, I think, at least listening to what my colleagues have said. Probably what didn't get said enough with our comments and mine as well. Yeah, it's about a contract. Yeah, it's about service. But first and foremost, there's some really good employees out there that do this work for us, as Sarah just enumerated. Whether it's their job or not, whether it's in their job description or not, it's the employees of Waste Management that make it happen. And God only knows through August's heat, every time I was out doing something, it was hotter than heck out there. And without question, they show up, they do their job, and they do it thanklessly. And I know they get a paycheck, I understand that, but it's a job that, it's a tough job to do, and I'm sure the other companies as well, their employees are just as valuable, but I would absolutely want to make sure that no matter how this vote goes, no matter what the motion looks like, that Waste Management at least knows your employees are incredibly valued, certainly by this board or certainly by me, and by the showing of our community showing up. Yeah, they were talking about the service, but they were really talking about the employees, because without the employees, that service doesn't happen. So I am going to make a motion, Mr. Chair, that we reject the bid offers, all of them, and that we direct staff to negotiate a contract with Waste Management for the terms at which were established in the RFP.
That's the way of purchasing. Don't you have to waive our purchasing?
No, no, this is exempt from our purchasing manual.
Okay, got it.
Did I leave anything out?
Yep, that's it.
Oh, because it's up there.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Heatherington.
I agree very much with all of my colleagues, every comment that you've made. There was somebody in the audience, I think it was Missy Campbell, that said that she didn't agree with the way this RFP was formulated, and I certainly don't agree with the way the RFP was formulated. And our legal team specifically, instructed the board that we were to have no input into the RFP process. If we were to have input, I would have advised that maybe price was not 50% of the weighting, that perhaps that we should have surveyed the residents to understand what their expectations were before we went through this entire process of all the bidders. And somebody said that, however, I do disagree with some of the statements. Every one of these individuals, I think I call a friend. Waste Management has just provided amazing service. They step up in the community, anything that I've ever asked. However, somebody in the audience also said there's an integrity of the process that we have to follow. We put this RFP out. It was written, by all accounts, I feel like the RFP respondees met the minimum standards, and there are a lot of contractors and contracts that come before us up here that I would like to raise my hand on the low bid and say, no, I don't want that contractor. They do not do the best job. They're consistently 1,000 over contract days performing, change orders for construction contracts. And I want to raise my hand and say, no, I don't want that contractor. And again, I have the utmost respect for Waste Management, but I would rather see us go through the process that was designed. Even if we have to rebid it, I can't support rejecting all bids after we have designed the process. I just don't agree with that follows the integrity of the process, so I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, we have a motion by,
Brief comment. The options that you're presenting here in 3.8, Ms. Woods, were all of the bidders made aware of these options and they understood what these options, or maybe this is a Mr. Donaldson question, I'm not sure. Were all of the bidders understanding that these were the potential outcomes when they began the process?
Yes, they were.
So did they have to, Commissioner Heatherington's right, the commissioners stay out of this process until basically today. Do they have to sign something that they understand what all of the process was going into it? Or is it just by the virtue of the fact that they participated, they understood what all of the potential outcomes were?
I think that's best answered by either our purchasing administrator or our counsel for assisting us in the RFP.
I'm David D. I'm your outside counsel on this project. The county's purchasing manual expressly says that you have the authority in every RFP to reject all proposals. In the RFP itself, that same language was repeated. In the signature page that each of the vendors had to sign when they submitted their proposals and when they submitted their best and final offers, it expressly says, we've reviewed this, we understand it, we accept the terms and limitations in the RFP. And we've had the opportunity to be represented by counsel on this issue.
Are you the author of this document, sir?
Yes, sir, with all of the defects that have been identified. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So there's our guy. No, I appreciate your work, and there's many different ways to proceed with this. I hear what Commissioner Hetherington is saying. There is something to be said for the integrity of the process. But like I said in the beginning of my remarks, when you are ever in the bidding process world, you understand someone will win and someone won't. You want it to be very fair. I think what gives me at least some comfort in voting today is the fact that all of the firms knew fully well what the options were. This is not something that we slipped in at the last minute. And I just want to be clear that if the motion does pass, that the option that said to, throw out the bids and negotiate with our current provider, in my mind, that doesn't mean just accept the bid that's been presented. That would mean to negotiate with the current provider. Because there's something to be said for a two-tiered process. The original bid and then the best and final. Before the best and final was presented, the other competitive bidders got to see their competition's information, correct? Or was it all blind?
No, they did see all the initial opening, all bidders got to see not only the initial rankings, as was stated, but also the price proposals.
Thank you.
Okay, with that.
Just one more comment. Again, I appreciate the service, and I just really think that this does taint the integrity of the process, and it gives some of the validity of some of our other contracts in question, and I would rather see it rejected and rebid.
Okay. With that, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
Motion passes 4-1. Commissioner Hetherington, object. Okay, don't leave. We're about to learn about coyotes.
Yes, we have, Mr. Merker can assist us. We have the FWC folks here by Zoom.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So what happened?
Have you been on that? I have a coyote. Susan shot a coyote out at the ranch out by night. We have stuff off the catwalk and stuff.
Angeline, can you hear us?
We're still,
Yes, I can.
course it's not working. Ready?
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for having me. My name is Angeline Barker. I'm a wildlife biologist with SWC. I'm here today to talk to you about coyotes in Florida. So we'll kind of roll right through this presentation. One of the first questions that FWC gets asked about coyotes is, why are they here? They didn't used to be in Florida. There's some truth to that. Coyotes have traditionally been found in the western United States, North America. However, they expanded into Florida for a couple of reasons. The first is an eradication of wolves. If you recall, wolves have historically been persecuted and removed from most of their historical range. This is important to the coyote story because where you tend to have wolf populations, you don't tend to have as high coyote populations because wolves compete with coyotes and they predate upon coyotes. Florida used to have a wolf here. We used to have the red wolf, but the red wolf has been extirpated or locally since the 1920s. So without wolves in their historic range, this allows coyotes to move from the western U.S. to the eastern U.S. Another reason coyotes moved into Florida was our conversion to an agricultural landscape across North America. So as we converted to ag, and scenes like this, big open pastures and meadows and fields became more common, this also allowed coyotes to move from the western U.S. to the eastern U.S. These are things they like, pastures, meadows, fields, although they can really live in any environment. This map I'm displaying to you now is a color code by decade of the spread of coyotes across North America. And you can see just how quickly they expanded their range throughout the continent. They are now found as far south as Panama, and I believe they have crossed the Panama Canal, so they're almost moving into another continent. While coyotes have been expanding their range across North America, the same way that wolves were persecuted, coyotes were persecuted. So we almost wiped wolves out with the same methods we were using against coyotes. Yet coyotes not only survived, but they expanded their range to every state in North America with the exception of Hawaii. So when we specifically look at Florida in the history of spread of coyotes in our state, the first research project that documented coyotes was in 1983, and they recorded coyotes in the county shaded in green. Notice that county in the center of the state, that's Orange County. So coyotes have been living in the Orlando metropolitan area for more than 30 years. The next project that confirmed coyotes in Florida was in 1990, and by then they were confirmed in Okeechobee County. So to your neighbor, just to your west, had coyotes by 1990. Survey data done by Dr. Main at the University of Florida confirmed coyotes in Volusia and Sarasota counties. Carcass data by Dr. Main confirmed coyotes in the county just to your north in St. Lucie. And finally, personal communication with Dr. Main and FWC confirmed coyotes in all 67 counties in the state. So it doesn't quite matter where you are in Florida. Even in some highly urban environments like Miami or St. Petersburg or Orlando, you've got a shot at seeing the coyotes. Their southernmost observation was in Key Largo in 2011. So there's a couple important things about Key Largo. The first one is that's where the largest feral cat colony in the state is located. So there's a food source there for coyotes to run. The second important thing about Key Largo, as you all know, Key Largo is an island. So a lot of folks ask, how exactly did coyotes get there? They either used bridges or the roadway, or they swam. And as it turns out, coyotes are pretty strong swimmers. This photograph was taken on the Lake Worth Lagoon. And what I like about this picture is you can see the channel marker in the background. So this coyote was pretty far out there when this photo was taken. All right, so I want to cover a little bit of coyote biology. I don't want to necessarily bore anyone with biology, but it's important to know a little bit about coyotes to understand what they're doing in our communities today. Coyotes are omnivorous, which means they're going to eat just about everything, and I'll get more into that in just a second. They are highly adaptable. This is one of the most intelligent wildlife species that's living in the area today. Adult coyotes range in size from 25 to 40 pounds, so they're about the size of a mid-sized dog. Home range size is variable. In a natural area, so think Indian Town or out by Dupuis, they're going to have a fairly large territory of about 15 square miles. But in an urban environment like Stuart, their territory is going to get a lot smaller, only about 3 square miles. The reason why their territory gets smaller is because where there is people, or where there are people rather, there's more food for coyotes. They don't need such a big space. They can find everything they need in a smaller environment. Coyotes mate in the winter. They have pups in the spring. Litter size is on average 6, but this is dependent on food. The more food that's available, the more young you have. And another kind of interesting thing about coyotes that makes them different from domestic dogs, both coyote parents care for the young, and they are monogamous. They mate to life. Unlike domestic dogs, where the male domestic dog has no parental responsibilities, the male coyote is very involved in raising offspring. I mentioned a few minutes ago that I would tell you more about what coyotes eat. SWC recently wrapped up a diet study where we were collecting coyote carcasses from around the state and analyzing their gut content. And so this pie graph is showing you what our results were. So not surprisingly, about 30% of their diet is mammal related. So rabbits, rats, squirrels, that kind of thing. But vegetation was kind of a higher component than I expected. I did not think coyotes relied on plant matter so much. But the part of the pie graph I want to point out to you specifically is anthropogenic at 10%. That's human-related food sources. This is what's drawing them into human various communities of people and can often cause conflict with people. The next couple of slides I'm going to show you are some pictures of things we pulled out of coyote guts. I realize it's after lunch, but these pictures are not graphic, so bear with me here. The first 2 pictures I'd like to show you is of dog food and of cooked chicken. So both of these things are high in calories, and the coyote presumably probably didn't have to do much to get. Maybe they ate the dog out of a bowl of food left outside. Maybe it got into some garbage named chicken. Not exactly sure, but these 2 photos are very indicative of why coyotes like to live around people, because they can get easy food. The next photo I'm going to show you is of a coyote stomach that's stained purple. This is likely because this animal was eating pokeweed. Pokeweed is a native weedy plant that has bright purple berries on it. This animal ate so much that it made the stomach purple. That's some of the plant matter component that we were a little surprised by. This next photo is of a McDonald's wrapper, and I want you to notice where this coyote unfortunately met its demise. It was hit by a car in the Ocala National Forest. That is a big piece of public land, of natural area, yet this animal was still able to find human-related food. Same story with our next photo. This is a candy wrapper from a state park. So again, public land that this animal or these animals are still able to find human-related foods. This next picture is probably my favorite one. This is a total of 47 small mammals that were found in the stomach of one coyote. These all look like mice to me, and it takes a coyote about 5 hours to digest its meal. So this animal ate nearly 6 mice in the 5 hours before it died, which is amazing from a rodent control standpoint. And the last picture I have for you is a pile of insects, and I'm not sure if you can read what's on the card there, but that says roaches, which kind of grosses me out, honestly. But again, these pictures are here to show you they will literally eat whatever is available to them. This is part of the reason why they've expanded their range throughout the country, and part of the reason why they're surviving well around people. Each coyote that came into that diet study was weighed, and so what you're seeing on this graph is actual weight of all of those animals. The reason I'm bringing this up to you is we're consistently getting phone calls throughout Florida, the public telling us that they're seeing 70 and 80-pound coyotes in their neighborhood. What we found from this study is they're averaging about 27 pounds. Coyotes do a really good job at looking larger than they really are. If the public is seeing a 70 or 80-pound canine in their neighborhood, they're seeing a domestic dog. And there are some domestic dogs that are bred to look very similar to wolves or coyotes. Okay, so is there anything good about having coyotes in Florida? Certainly they have an aesthetic value. We know people like to see wildlife. People value seeing wildlife. They move to Florida or they visit Florida for wildlife viewing opportunities. And if you can catch a scene like this, a coyote parent sending their young at the den, it's rather endearing. So they certainly have value from a wildlife viewing standpoint. Additionally, there are some scientists that believe coyotes are filling the role in Florida that red wolves left behind. So if you remember, red wolves were extirpated from about 1920. So Florida has been without a mid-level canine predator until coyotes came in. So let me kind of bring that into a little bit of context. Let's go with raccoons for just a second. You can have as many as 25 raccoons per square mile if they're not being artificially fed. And there's one thing raccoons do really well besides getting into garbage, and that's getting into bird nests. They're really efficient nest predators. That's their thing. If coyotes are helping to control raccoon populations, they are indirectly helping out some of our threatened and endangered bird species, like roseate spoonbills and bobwhite quail. Now, this does not mean if a coyote came across a bobwhite quail nest that he wouldn't eat it. They would totally eat it. But they're typically not seeking out the nesting animal like they are seeking out raccoons. So potentially, coyotes can be providing a greater ecological balance to Florida. Okay, but what about the bad things? Are there bad things about having coyotes here? They certainly could compete with our native predators, like the Florida panther. However, we don't think coyotes are negatively impacting panthers at this time for a number of reasons, one being panther population is slowly increasing. If we suspected coyotes were negatively impacting panthers, we should not see the panther population increasing. But based on that, we don't think coyotes are impacting panthers negatively at this time. But we have another cat in Florida, the bobcat. Bobcats are about the same size as coyotes, and they like to live in the same environment, and they eat the same things. Dr. Maine with the University of Florida wanted to find out if coyotes were negatively impacting bobcats. So he put radio collars on both the animals at Avon Park Bombing Range in Central Florida. And what he found, and what you can take away from this funky squiggly map, what you're looking at here are bobcat territories in red and coyote territories in blue. And you can take away immediately that they're overlapping with each other by a lot in some cases. But you'll also notice the red striped areas, those are bobcat denning sites. And the blue polka dotted areas, those are coyote denning sites. And they're not overlapping with each other. They're backing up to one another in some places, but what they're not doing is overlapping. What that suggests is that they're coexisting. They're living together in the same environment, and they're not driving each other out. Now, no one has done that research in an urban environment, to my knowledge, but one of my staff put out some trail cameras a couple of years ago to help a gentleman who was losing some turkeys in the Tampa Bay area, and we had a bobcat and a coyote show up on that camera in the same evening. It's a little anecdotal evidence, but it's suggestive that they're coexisting with each other in urban areas as well. Additionally, a negative about coyotes is they can predate on rare and endangered species. Now, I just mentioned to you a few minutes ago that they can help some rare and endangered species, but they can harm some too. Specifically, things like sea turtles or shorebirds that are ground nesting on the beach. If a coyote learns to target sea turtles and shorebirds, they can really impact some of these rare and endangered species. But something beach managers have to take into account, if they remove the coyote from that situation, they may be opening the door to a more efficient nest predator like a raccoon to come in and take its place. Certainly, though, where I am in SWEC, I am communicating the most with the public about human conflicts with coyotes in Florida, and that's what I'll focus the rest of our time on today. I will say, to start with, in my opinion, I think coyotes have an undeserved public reputation for a couple of reasons. And I think there's some myths and misconceptions that drive that. One is their size, and we mentioned that earlier. They're not nearly as large as most folks think they are. Another is packs. While coyotes will move together, they are related individuals. So, for example, in this picture here, you're seeing 3 coyotes. What you're seeing is the alpha male and female together with one of their offspring. Because they are territorial, the only coyotes they allow within their territory are their family. So essentially, they can move in family groups. Coy dogs and coy wolves is another myth or misconception. Coy dogs is when a coyote and a dog breed together and have offspring. Coy dogs have not been documented in Florida. They're kind of hard to get. Coyote and dog breeding cycles don't link up, so it can be difficult for the two to interbreed with each other. The coy wolf is when a coyote and a wolf interbreed with each other. There's a lot of research right now up and down the eastern seaboard to determine if coy wolves exist, but all evidence right now is pointing to the negative, to us not having coy wolves in Florida, simply because there are no wolves in Florida for them to breed with. Disease is another myth or misconception. Now, don't take me out of context here. Coyotes carry diseases. Absolutely. They carry the same diseases that one would vaccinate their dogs for, like rabies or distemper, and more commonly we see mange. But not every coyote is diseased. And certainly if it's out during the day, that is not a symptom of a disease. Almost every picture I've shown you today have been day-active coyotes. And of course, Hollywood and Wile E. Coyote always make us think that coyotes are up to no good, but they're really just trying to survive in a pretty tough environment. Coyotes can also negatively impact humans by predating livestock. Just like the imperiled species part of the conversation I mentioned to you a few minutes ago, not every coyote predates livestock. This is a learned behavior. For operations that are smaller in nature, they can protect their livestock from coyotes and other wildlife by using good fencing, such as electric fencing, using paddocks, or using things like guard animals. Turns out llamas and donkeys really dislike coyotes and will run them off property if given the chance. Most often, though, I'm speaking to the public about urban coyotes and pet loss. And I don't want to sugarcoat it. Coyotes will absolutely predate pets. Any cat that is free-ranging is open to predation from coyotes. And typically when we hear of small dogs being taken by coyotes, it's when they're not secure, when they're not on a leash, when they're not in a fenced yard, or when they're not with a human. However, coyotes are not the only wildlife predators out there that will take pets. We have alligators living in Florida. If you're in bear country, you could be risking bears taking pets. If you're in panther country, you have panthers. We have large raptors. We also have bobcats. So there's a lot of other wildlife species that will take pets, but coyotes for some reason get the most notoriety. And to drive that point home, if you recall the trail camera pictures I showed you a few minutes ago, where we had a bobcat and a coyote on the camera in the same evening, we also had a domestic cat on that camera. And if you'll notice the time, the cat was there shortly before the coyote was there. So this is a cat that's kind of risky, is facing some risks here with two predators on one camera in the same evening. The best way that residents can protect their pets is by keeping cats indoors and by keeping small dogs leashed. And I'll talk more about that in a few minutes. We're often also asked, well, what about me? Am I safe from coyotes in my environment? And the answer to that is yes. Coyote attacks on people are fairly rare across the nation. And to put it into perspective, I've broken out coyote attacks from dog attacks here to give you an idea of how rare they are. There's approximately 9 attacks by coyotes on people per year since between 1970 and 2015 in the U.S. and Canada. In that same time frame, 2 people have been killed by coyotes. However, if you compare that to domestic dogs, there's more than 1,000 emergency room visits in the U.S. every day from dog bites. There are 5 million cases a year that require medical treatment, and more than 200 people have lost their lives due to dog attacks from 2013 to 2018. So statistically, the chances of being bitten by a coyote are very low, especially if you're doing all the right things, like not feeding a coyote or getting between the coyote and its food. So at this point, you may be asking yourself, can't we just get rid of them? Can't they just all go away? And you may know the answer to that before I say it, but the answer is no. Eradication efforts for coyotes have failed dramatically in other states that have tried. And again, I'll point out, in the early part of the 19th century, humans were trying to wipe out predators. We nearly drove to extinction wolves and alligators and bears and panthers and coyotes. But coyotes survived, and not only did they survive, they expanded their range to every state in the U.S. with the exception of Hawaii. That says a lot about their adaptability. They have high breeding type dynamics, they're territorial with high replacement, and they've proven they're here to stay. So, if they're here to stay, how exactly can we prevent problems with them? And that's what I really want to focus on. How do we prevent problems with coyotes? The first way residents across the state can prevent problems with coyotes is by securing attractants. So an attractant is anything that can draw an animal into a community. So think garbage, think fallen fruit and bird feeder. Anything, a good way to think about it is anything that can attract a raccoon could attract a coyote. So we strongly recommend securing garbage, keeping garbage in a secure structure like a garage or a shed, and putting it out the morning of trash day instead of the night before. We also strongly encourage cleaning up pet food, fallen fruit, and bird feeders. I showed you that photo a few minutes ago. Coyotes will absolutely take advantage of pet food if it's left outside. Keeping cats indoors is the best way to keep them safe, not just from coyotes, but from other wildlife. And keeping dogs, especially small dogs, on short or on leashes, supervised when they're outside, is the best way to keep them safe. And by leash, I'm talking about a 6-foot leash or less. not one of those retractable ones where the small dog can be 30 feet away from you. That's not super effective. We also suggest hazing coyotes. I know hazing is a funny word, and most people associate that with fraternities. And what I mean by hazing is scare the coyotes away. Remind them that they shouldn't be comfortable around us. Make them feel uncomfortable and unwanted. They should not feel okay to stand on a sidewalk or on a driveway. Any of these methods can be used to haze the coyote, and typically they will yield quickly. We have a video on our website on how to haze coyotes. I'm not going to play it today due to technological glitches, but you're welcome to go on our website at myfwc.com/coyote and view it. It's about 3 minutes long. So to wrap up, I'd like to leave you with some facts this afternoon. Adult coyotes weigh between 25 and 40 pounds. They occur in every state and nearly every city and large city in the U.S. There are coyotes in New York, Chicago, Houston, LA, Denver, and now Miami. Attacks by coyotes on humans are exceedingly rare. Coyotes will kill cats and small dogs if given the opportunity, and they can carry rabies just like any other mammal, but this is fairly rare as well. There's only 2 cases in Florida that I'm aware of coyotes being rabid. And so some advice. Don't feed them. It kind of goes without saying, and it is illegal to feed coyotes in Florida. Prevent access to garbage and pet food. Keep cats indoors and have small dogs in a short leash or well-fenced-in yard. Follow those hazing recommendations to consistently frighten coyotes away. And in the very unlikely event you were to have a coyote approach you, you would want to lift your child or your small pet off the ground and be prepared to defend yourself. The absolute last thing you want to do is run. Coyotes will give chase just like a domestic dog if you were to run from them. Who should you contact when there's a problem? You can contact us. We have biologists in each of our regional offices that specialize in talking to the public on conflict or wildlife conflict issues. So we do have staff in the West Palm Beach office available and ready to speak to anyone who's having an issue with coyotes. If there's a member of the public who'd like to report a violation, like someone is feeding coyotes, you're welcome to call our Wildlife Alert Hotline. That number is available 24 hours a day, and reports can be made anonymously. I really appreciate you having me out today, even though I'm here virtually. Thank you for inviting me, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Commissioner Hurd.
Thank you, Ms. Barker. That was very interesting. I noticed this spring that there were 2 coyotes in my neighborhood, and I talked to other people in Martin County who also saw coyotes in their neighborhood. Do you think that that's likely because a pair mated in the winter, and they were looking for a more reliable food source to feed their pups?
That's certainly possible. We tend to see coyote activity spike a bit in the winter and in the spring, and that's typically because they are looking for more food. If they've got young to feed, they will be more active trying to find more food to feed all those mouths. Yes, that's certainly a possibility.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? We in Hope Sound are having our cats are disappearing, so, and we're being serenaded every night by a pack of coyotes, so I suspect that's...
It's a family of coyotes. Yeah. She just told us they don't have packs.
Yeah.
It's a family. It's parents and some children.
Yeah, well, failed the test. Well, thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, there's no action necessary at this time.
All right.
Thank you, Angelina.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Great stuff.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have a little bit of a... We have 5:05, which is in 25 minutes. And we also are past our point of having a break. So should we take a break or...
I'm sorry?
How long is the dental presentation?
There's only 10 slides. Fairly, no, been talking with Mr. Bergstrom, no.
Okay, bring it up. Mr. Matt,
What's this, insurance?
update on health and dental insurance plan provided to Martin County
And-
employees.
Yeah, as the board is aware, at least we've been communicating with our employees. We have a health insurance task force that has also seen the presentation. We are going to be making some modifications to our plan in an effort to get the costs a little bit more manageable for us here.
Just be aware that your PowerPoint is competing with the previous one. So, like, if you don't have cute pictures of coyotes and rodents from the digestive system,
He could.
No, I'm,
Perfect.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Matthew Graham, HR
Matt.
Management Director.
You got to get really close to the mic.
Okay. Good afternoon, Matthew Graham, HR Risk Management Director. Just real quick introduction. We have Garin Group with us today. For the past year, we've been working with our Insurance Task Force Committee, which comprised of a member of all of our departments as well as our constitutional offices, to make plan changes to our health and dental insurance. They're going to be going over that with you. Unfortunately, we've had some large claims and insurance increases over the past years, which you'll see in the slides ahead. And this plan change is going to afford us some savings, basically through the end of the year when this starts in January 1st. So I'm going to turn it over to Christian from the Garin Group as well as Dustin.
Karen, he's not that tall.
No, I'm making it so he moves it.
All right, good afternoon, Chairman, the board. I'm Christian Bergstrom. I'm a senior benefits consultant with the Garin Group. And today's topic is not going to be as interesting as your afternoon has been.
Well, you know.
High standard.
So just real briefly, the landscape of healthcare and why we're here today is that medical and pharmacy costs in this country continue to increase at rates that are significantly higher than inflation. Over 224% in healthcare costs in the last 20 years have risen from around $6,395 to now close to around $20,717. That pace has leveled out the last 10 years down to around 51%. We've seen an increase in cost. And then these last 5 years around 16% across the country. What attributes this is an aging population. There were 52 million people that went up over the age of 65 since the last 20 years. The increased amount of people with chronic illnesses, 6 in 10 Americans live with at least one chronic disease, such as heart disease, stroke, cancer, or diabetes. This is the leading driver of all healthcare spend. Increased technology costs contribute 40 to 50% of the annual costs. Americans like to have the best health care, and so that garners larger costs. And then last but not least, but everybody has been hearing this, rising prescription costs have increased 139% in the last 17 years. Now, this has not been the case in Martin County. Actually, in Martin County, over the last 10 years, your claims on average have increased only 5% per year. We did have a spending increase of around 20.5% from 2018 to 2019. But as Taryn said, that it was the result of some large claims activity. One thing to point out is that plan design has remained constant with no changes to the benefit structure. Also, the plan that is offered by the board is a fixed co-payment plan. So as costs continue to rise, those fixed co-payments remaining flat have the board absorbing that increase in medical claims cost since you are self-insured. These are the medical claims averages per member per month. And the cost increase that we've seen on a percentage basis, your medical spend has increased 18%, pharmacy spend has increased 5%, which is very below market, and total plan spend is at 15%. The driver of this is catastrophic claimants. We've had an increase in the number, 25% from 28 to 35, and your catastrophic plan spend has increased 55%, while your non-catastrophic plan spend has increased slightly at 9%. So this really shows where the plan needs to be modified. Areas of influence and why we are making the decision to make the changes to the plan. There has been an increase in inpatient hospital spend by 40%, while the utilization actually decreased by 2.4%. Outpatient hospital spend has increased 28%. Emergency room spend has increased 27%. Urgent care by 5%. Professional fees, that's to the actual providers themselves, 16%. And prescription costs have risen 10%. So in working with the task force and working with staff, we were prepared for an as-is renewal, so meaning no changes, of around 14.3%. So at 14.3%, that would represent a cost to the county of around $19 million. So in order to combat this, we are looking at making some plan design changes, not drastic, but to put a little bit more cost share on some of the high cost items within the plan, and to introduce co-insurance for those items so that we don't have to constantly change the copay as the trends continue to go up. Co-payments will apply to most services and continue to be the same or similar. Deductible and co-insurance will be introduced for advanced imaging, inpatient and outpatient hospital services before the plan begins to pay. So once the deductible is satisfied, then there will be a 20% co-insurance. And that is 20% of the contracted Florida Blue rate. So it's not what is billed, it is of the discounted amount using the Florida Blue network. The individual deductible limit will apply to each member in the household. There is going to be an increased out-of-pocket maximum. However, the maximum limits are capped every year per person. And we thought it was important to not change the prescription copays. For starters, we don't want to introduce barriers for individuals to not take their prescriptions, which keep them healthy. But also, your pharmacy costs are not out of line. So these are some examples of what is being changed. Currently, there is no deductible, and so a $500 individual deductible will apply per person. The family has a maximum deductible of $1,500. So that would apply to the first 3 family members. So if there were any additional family members, the family would be capped at $1,500 for the year. The employer contribution to the health reimbursement account will remain the same. The out-of-pocket maximum is increasing $1,000 per person, but that includes all expenses and prescriptions. So once any person collectively with their deductible, their co-payments, their pharmacy charges, the maximum that they will pay is $3,000, and if they use their health reimbursement account, they'll net $2,530. That is an increase from $1,530. And then a family would have a maximum of 2 people that would have to meet the out-of-pocket maximum, so that would increase from $3,060 net to $5,060 net per family. Again, introducing the coinsurance to 20%. This is not going to apply to primary care, specialist, or chiropractic or urgent care. So those will still remain at a copayment, and the deductible will not apply. So they will just continue to pay the flat copayment. For primary care physician, that would be $25, and for a specialist, it will be $50. Hospital services, currently, they pay either a $500 per admission copay or $750 per admission copay, depending on the type of facility they use. And then that would then be subject now, they're in red, subject to the $500 deductible and then 20% coinsurance. Same with outpatient. Instead of being a $150 or $250 copayment, it would be subject to the deductible and coinsurance. Physician services are currently no charge, and that would be a flat copayment of $100 at a hospital. And then emergency room utilization had increased significantly, as well as emergency room cost. So we are increasing that copayment to $300 to encourage use of urgent care centers and virtual care, as well as your employee wellness center. And then again, we wanted to re-emphasize that the prescription drug benefit would remain the same with no change to the copayments. This option allows for lower cost for the employee in terms of their payroll deduction. The employee's payroll deduction increase will increase $5.33 for a single employee, or those that have family coverage to $13.34 per pay. And this plan design modification garners just over $1 million in savings for the county. With that, I am open for any questions and answers.
Carol?
Commissioner Hurd.
So how much additional is this going to cost Martin County employees? You said that you're looking at a 14% increase, which was $18 million. So these deductions, these additional expenses for Martin County employees are going to save Martin County how much money? Cost the employees how much money?
So it will cost them $5.33
No,
per
I mean in total.
$138.58, because that's per pay. And the other one is $346.84 a year.
Okay.
Additional or,
Additional, yes.
so say that again, those two numbers?
Oh, man, I didn't write them down. For single, it would be annually, the increase would equate to $138.58. And for family, annual increase would be $346.84.
It sure looks like a lot more than that in that last column.
Well, you're looking at both the employee and the employer. If you look at the single rate on employee, you see how much they're going to be paying, but the employer pays 75%.
Okay.
And I'm sorry that's not overly obvious to me, the co-insurance?
I'm sorry, I did not hear.
Not co-pay, the other...
Co-insurance.
Co-insurance. Can you explain that? What that is?
Yes, so co-insurance, instead of a co-payment, you're paying a percentage of the cost versus a fixed dollar amount. So,
So for instance, you go to a dentist appointment and it's $350. You're saying there's a percentage of that $350 that the person will pay?
yes, so they will be paying 20% of the Florida Blue contracted rate with the provider for advanced imaging, inpatient and outpatient hospital. And so, for example, if the Florida Blue discounted rate, the contracted rate is $100, they will pay 20% of that $100, so they would pay $20.
And versus, we didn't used to have that before.
Correct. So currently, they are all co-payments. So for example, for advanced imaging, they currently pay a flat $125. So then now they will be subject to the deductible, which is $500, and then they would pay anything after that at 20% coinsurance.
So Sarah, to your question, it's not really $150 or more per single or
No.
$350 a family. That's if you don't use any service.
Correct.
If you use a service, like advanced imaging that you just said, it's $500 to start with, out of pocket, correct?
It's $125 for advanced imaging.
I'm sorry?
$125 for advanced imaging.
And what was the $500 one?
That is for inpatient hospital.
Okay, so if you're admitted to the hospital, it's a minimum of $500.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just so everybody's clear what it's doing. Thank you.
I have to do something. That's it. Any other questions or anything for?
Is this a presentation, or are you looking for us to agree to what has been presented?
It's just a presentation, Commissioner. We
So
took it to
are you
the.
doing this? Are you telling us, or are you asking us?
We're,
Asking you.
You're telling us.
we're informing you because we have communicated this to the employees, we have communicated this to the insurance task force, and now we are communicating it to the Board of County Commissioners.
Telling us.
Yeah, so it's telling us. Informing is as fancy as his presentation. If you weren't really paying attention, you didn't realize that every category has been increased.
We have to, Commissioner. We can no longer sustain our health insurance plan. I tell, this is like when you buy a car. You only have so much money that you're going to be able to use on this car.
Hearing, I just want to be clear, because we have how many employees? 1,000 employees?
We have over 1,000 employees, but not all of them participate in our plan. And so this is for those individuals that are participating in our plan. And we also, I think the reason we were able to stabilize some of our increases was due to our clinic that we offer our employees. And I stress that folks could use that if they
So
so
did the
chose.
clinic, for people that are going to utilize the clinic, did those numbers go up as well?
There is no expense to us.
Free?
Yes, sir.
And when we say 1,000, we don't genuinely mean 1,000. That's the employees, multiply it by all their family members.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other good news?
No changes to the dental.
Great.
Thank you, Christian.
Okay, why don't we do Department 2 now with contracts that meet threshold for board approval. Ms. Brotherton? Been waiting patiently for quite a while.
Look,
Where do I get out of here?
just got to get out of it.
Rewarded for the for participation in the garbage contract.
All right.
Where are we at? I'm going to see it.
Christie.
Go to page,
Oh, is this part of the, I'm sorry.
no,
Control L?
Right? Yeah. I spent 3 hours winning yesterday.
Yes.
Huh?
You just close it out?
It's gotta get
Go to the X.
There you go. So you just got to find your...
thank you, Donna.
There we go. Okay. Back in business. Good afternoon. Christy Brotherton, Purchasing Manager. For consideration today, we have 3 contracts. The first one is our HVAC repair, maintenance, and installation contract. This is a continuing services contract with a maximum not to exceed term of 5 years and a maximum not to exceed contract value of $1,250,000. Staff is recommending that the board award the contract to Farmer and Irvin Corp. and Thermal Concepts Incorporated, and move that the board authorize the county administrator or designee to execute any and all documents related to this request. The next contract for consideration is our lift station rehabilitation continuing services contract. Again, this is a maximum term of 5 years. The maximum not to exceed value is $3,500,000. Staff is recommending contract award to Coastal Land Development, Felix Associates, Hinterland Group, and U.S. Water Services Corporation. Staff is also requesting that the board authorize the county administrator or designee to execute any and all documents related to this request. Lastly, we have the Martin County Fire Rescue Station number 33. This is the construction of a new 15,000 square foot fire station in Hope Sound. I did want to point out that local vendor preference did play in the contract award. With that being said, staff is recommending that the board award the contract to the Morganti Group in the amount of $3,313,764. That is for the base bid and the bid alternate one. Staff also requests that the board authorize the county administrator or designee to execute any and all documents related to this request. And with that, if you have any questions.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Smith?
Move adoption.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Heatherington. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right.
We have one more item.
Approved salary adjustment for all non-bargaining employees under the purview of the Board of County Commissioner, Mr. Graham.
Yes, good afternoon. Matthew Graham, HR Risk Management Director. For the record, today I'm here for your consideration to approve a salary increase for our non-bargaining employees. We currently have 1,060 employees on staff, and we have basically three groups which make up those employees. We have our IFF, which is our firefighters. We have our Teamsters, which is our blue-collar union. And then we also have our general non-bargaining employees. Both the Teamsters and the IFF have contracts in place that stipulate the raises that they give. In the past, when salary adjustments have been approved for the Teamsters, the board has approved similar salary adjustments for our non-bargaining employees. The board approved a 63 cents per hour or 3% salary adjustment, whichever is greater, for our Teamsters union, and staff is requesting that the board approve the same salary adjustment for our non-bargaining positions. This would also apply for our county attorney and our county administrator, and we would like to make this effective October 11th, which is the first full pay period of the new fiscal year. That is my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Commissioner Hurd.
How long is the contract, and when was the last time that we did this Me Too with when the Teamsters got a raise, then the non-bargaining people got a raise?
So the Teamsters contract expires September 30th of next year, 2021. So we'll begin negotiating with them next year. As far as the Me Too clause, with them getting the same raise, I think that's been in place since at least I've been here in 2017. I'm not sure beyond that, Ms. Krista.
We've normally done that, Commissioner, and that helps us as management to establish with those non-bargaining employees a relationship that hopefully they are not encouraged to then look to have a professional union represent them, because that does happen. We've seen it happen to our north, particularly.
So the last time that the non-bargaining employees got a raise was?
Last year, the year before that, and however long we had Teamsters.
So they're getting 3% raises every year?
For 3 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Plus, we just completed a pay and class study, which also adjusted salaries. And when was the last time we did that?
The board approved hiring a class and compensation analyst in last year's budget, I believe, or the budget before that. And that individual has been doing that since her arrival, so she does it on a continual basis. You normally would adjust your pay plans accordingly, so that when we advertise and seek to attract people to come and work here, they see a salary that is comparable or to the market, so that we can entice folks to come here. We had the board, I rolled out to you all an early separation program. As of yesterday afternoon, we had over 32 people who have signed up for that. And just in fire rescue alone, those salaries equate to well over $1 million. So I think that we continue to do things to make our salary adjustments manageable. And we don't want to be the highest paid, but we also don't want to be the lowest. So we try to maintain a mid-range, if you will, for a government our size, for the services we provide, and for the level of customer satisfaction that's expected.
But ongoing pay and class study increases combined with 3% per year increase in the base, that's hefty. I wasn't aware that Martin County was such a generous employer.
When we look at our entities surrounding us, Matt has already looked into that. Most of them are doing cost of living adjustments.
Yes, ma'am. I have a survey that Tangi completed. There's 48 different cities, counties on here. It ranges anywhere from 1.5% cost of living adjustments up to 7% cost of living adjustments for this year.
Are they also giving them 3% every year?
That's what this is referencing, a cost of living adjustments. Yes, ma'am.
So they're giving anywhere from 1.5%, we're seeing upwards of 7% cost of living adjustments, depending on their circumstance.
Any other questions for staff?
No, we just ask that the board approve this so that we can be in compliance with our labor contracts particularly.
Mr. Smith?
No approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Opposed?
Motion carries 4-1. Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
Thank you, Commissioners. Donna.
All right, so we are going to take a 10-minute break for our closed captioning lady, and we'll take up our 5:05 at 5:20. It's not bad, we're 15 minutes late.
5:20 we're coming back?
July 20th, 2020. And this workshop is for the governing body that is required to, by Florida statutes, to have two public hearings. One, to set the tentative millage and tentative budget, and the second, to adopt the final millage and the final budget. This is our first public hearing, and resolutions for each taxing authority and corresponding budgets are included, as well as other county budgets without millages. The first important issue to be discussed is the percent of increase in millage over the rollback rate to fund the budget and specific purposes for which ad valorem is being increased. The public can speak and ask questions prior to the adoption measures by the governing board. The board shall adopt the tentative millage prior to adopting the tentative budget. The following slides will provide the information required by Florida statutes. The rollback rate. The rollback rate is a rate that would generate prior year revenue, tax revenues, less allowances for new construction and additions. Our rollback rate for various taxing authorities are listed below, and I'm just going to read the increases over the rollback rate for each taxing authority. For countywide taxing authority, we have the rollback rate is an increase of 4.787%. Fire rescue is a slight increase of 0.754%. Parks and recreation, 20.04%. Unincorporated MSTU is 3.133%. District 1 MSTU is a negative 0.837%. District 2, negative 0.714%. District 3, negative 2.201%. District 4 did not have funding last year, so it is not applicable. District 5 is a negative 1.961%, and Special District Hutchinson Island is a negative 0.696%.
And if I can add it, the reason for that, Commissioners, is primarily you all kept your districts at the same level of funding as you had from the prior year. So because your taxable values went up, your rate could have you could have increased, your rate to generate more dollars, but you didn't need to. Sorry, Jen.
Okay, all right. As I mentioned, all the millage rates are within the maximum allowable rate per Florida statutes, and they're listed below. They're listed on this sheet. And I don't think I need to read these, but, right, Tina?
Excuse me?
Do we need to read them out, or is?
No, you don't need to read them. This is just informational. We have communicated with you before, the state, when they initiated the restrictions, if you will, on how much your millage could go up, they created this maximum millage rate, and the only way you can exceed that maximum millage rate is with a supermajority, which Ms. Manning, there are a couple of areas that is going to present itself, and she will let you know where those are.
Okay. And I also wanted to point out, before I forget, for the only taxing authority that requires a majority vote, or two-thirds vote, if you will, is the countywide and Parks MSTU. The others are just a majority vote. So as far as increases to our ad valorem, which we're required to disclose, the countywide is $9 million. Parks, fire, parks, stormwater, and road MSTU is $2 million. There's an increase in District 4 for $200,000, bringing it to a total of $11.2 million. We discussed the CIP in May and in July, and we deferred some projects, decreasing $1.9 million. The increases for ad valorem countywide includes funding the constitutional officers of $3.5 million, septic to sewer, $2 million, replenishing reserves, $1.2 million, revenue impact, $800,000, Labor contracts, $637,000, and it goes on. And I just wanted to mention the first larger ones. And we did defer capital projects and operations of 2.3 total. So that represents the increase for ad valorem in the general fund. Or, I shouldn't say general fund, it's countywide. As far as ad valorem impacts for fires, stormwater, and roads, we had the Fire Safer Grant match of $421,000, the Fire Rescue Debt Service, $530,000, medical supplies, $336,000. We had District 4, $200,000. We had the health insurance and fire and stormwater and roads, $250,000, FRS, $155,000, and so forth, bringing it a total of $2.2 million increase. So going back to the millage rates, the countywide millage rates in FY20 was 6.6928%, and the tentative is 6.7618. It is an increase of 1.031%. The total municipal taxing districts, fire, parks, and stormwater, is 3.5842 in FY20, and it's now 3.5152 in FY21. It's a decrease of 1.925%. The total millage countywide and MSTU is 10.277% in 20 as well as in 2021. In summary for the budget, our total ad valorem for FY20 was $203 million, I'm going to say $203.7 million, and in 2021 it's $214.9 million. Our total budget is $498.2 million, and for FY21 is I'm just going to round it up to $5 million. Our positions for the board was 1,049 in FY20, and it's 1061 for FY.5 for FY21. Constitutional officers had 739 employees, and then in 21, it's 721 positions. And again, mentioning the total millage did not change from FY20. Our taxable value was $22.7 billion in FY20 and $23.9 billion in FY21. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. The resolutions for the tentative budget adoption does not have to be read in full, but it must state the taxing authority, the rollback rate, the percent increase or decrease over the rollback rate, and the millage to be levied. And with that, if you have any questions, this is just a chart for our trim process.
Any questions for staff?
Yeah.
Commissioner Heatherington.
I just had a comment. We had discussed when we had our budget presentation a couple months ago, the addition of a particular position in Public Works, which was a striping position, which is a completely new position and almost department for Martin County. And we certainly have had performance issues with our contractors. I just want to express my complete disapproval. I think that we should have addressed, certainly the performance was not there. We need the service. I think we should have addressed the performance issues and the procurement issues and not added staffing, competing with the private sector. I think absolutely it's the wrong policy direction to go. I'm certainly going to support Public Works budget because that's a small portion. Overall, they have such a great program, but I think that if we look at this in the future, commissioners, competing against the private sector, and when our performance of our contractors are not there, to add staff, build a bigger government, I think is a completely wrong policy direction to go in the future. So again, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none? What? Oh.
Public?
Any public comment? Mr. Merker? Nothing? Anybody in the room? Nobody's in the room, so I doubt that. So, Mr. Smith?
Mr. Chairman, with no further ado, Taxing Authority, Board of County Commissioners countywide, rollback rate 6.4529, percentage of increase over the rollback rate 4.79, tentative millage rate to be set at 6.7618, and again, that was tentative approval of item A.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Opposed?
Motion carries 4-1. Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
Chairman, move County Taxing Authority, Board of County Commissioners countywide, fund total $204,205,835.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed?
Motion carries 4-1. Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
Move item C, which is District 1 MSTU Taxing Authority, rollback rate .0836, percentage of increase over the rollback rate, a reduction of .84.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Huh?
He said it. Go ahead.
Go on.
Reduction.
Reduction. And the tentative millage rate to be set at .0829.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move item D, which is Taxing Authority, District 1 MSTU, fund total $300,000.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move item E, or tentative, I'm sorry, should I have said tentative for all these? Move tentative approval item E, District 2 MSTU, rollback rate .1120, percentage increase over the rollback rate, a reduction of .71, tentative millage rate to be set at .1112.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move tentative approval of item F, Taxing Authority District 2 MSTU, fund total $215,000.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move tentative approval of item G, Taxing Authority District 3 MSTU, rollback rate .0636, percentage of increase over the rollback rate, a reduction of 2.20, tentative millage rate to be set at .0622.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move tentative approval of item H, Taxing Authority District 3 MSTU, fund total $208,000.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move tentative approval of item I, as in the letter I, sorry. Taxing Authority District 4 MSTU, rollback rate not applicable. Percentage of increase over the rollback rate not applicable. Tentative millage rate to be set at .0666.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move tentative approval of item J, District 4 Taxing Authority MSTU. Fund total $211,774.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
All, motion carries unanimously.
Move tentative approval of item K, Taxing Authority District 5 MSTU, rollback rate .0714, percentage of increase over the rollback rate, a reduction of 1.96, tentative millage rate to be set at .0700.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Chairman, move item L, which is the Taxing Authority of District 5 MSTU, fund total $250,000.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, move item M, as in Mary, Taxing Authority, Special District A-61 Hutchinson Island MSTU, rollback rate .2154, percentage of increase over the rollback rate, a reduction of negative .70, tentative millage rate .2139.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Chairman, move tentative approval of item N as in Nancy, Taxing Authority Special District A-61, Hutchinson Island MSTU, fund total $322,250.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move tentative approval of item O, Taxing Authority Fire Rescue MSTU unincorporated, rollback rate 2.6799, percentage of increase over the rollback rate 0.75, tentative millage rate to be set at 2.7001.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 4-1. Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
Chairman, move item P as in Peter, Taxing Authority Fire Rescue MSTU unincorporated, fund total $55,260,810.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 4-1. Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
Mr. Chairman, move item Q, Taxing Authority Countywide MSTU unincorporated stormwater and road maintenance, rollback rate 0.5969, percentage of increase over the rollback rate 3.13, tentative millage rate to be set at 0.6156.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move tentative approval of item R, Taxing Authority Countywide MSTU unincorporated stormwater and road maintenance, fund total $9,892,352.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move tentative approval of item S, Taxing Authority MSTU Parks and Recreation, rollback rate 0.1662, percentage of increase over the rollback rate 20.04, tentative millage rate to be set at 0.1995.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move tentative approval of item T as in Tom, Taxing Authority MSTU Parks and Recreation, fund total $3,478,042.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, move tentative approval of item U, non-taxing fund, general unincorporated fund, fund total $5,510,017.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Chairman, move item V as in Victor, non-taxing fund, building and permitting, fund total $8,708,000.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, move tentative approval of item W, non-taxing fund impact fees, fund total $3,339,671.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, move tentative approval of item X, non-taxing fund special revenue, fund total $19,764,634.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, move tentative approval of item Y, as in yellow, non-taxing fund grants, fund total $2,208,907.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Chairman, move tentative approval of item Z as in zebra, non-taxing fund other debt service, fund total $10,627,753.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move tentative approval of item double A, as in double apple, non-taxing fund, other capital projects, fund total $12,120,989.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries
Move
unanimously.
tentative approval of item double B, as in boy, non-taxing fund utility enterprise, fund total $77,741,807.
441.
Try that again.
I'm sorry, did I mess that up?
Yep.
$77,441,807.
There
Thank
go.
you.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner, him, Campy. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move tentative approval of item double C, as in cat, non-taxing fund, solid waste enterprise fund total, $34,942,965.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move tentative approval of item double D, non-taxing fund, airport enterprise, fund total, $2,742,123.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move item double E, as in Edward, non-taxing fund, golf course enterprise, fund total, $1,903,741.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chair, move tentative approval of item double F, as in Frank, non-taxing fund, internal revenue, or internal service funds, fund total, $32,349,325.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, move tentative approval of item double G, as in girl, non-taxing fund trust, fund total $85,000.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hurd. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And Mr. Chairman, I believe the last one is move tentative approval of item double H, as in Harry, non-taxing fund, community redevelopment area trust, fund total $5,299,018.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 4-1. Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
That's it. I want to thank staff and the board for their indulgence through this process, and with that, unless there's any other questions, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, Commissioner Smith.
I'm sorry.
I apologize, Mr. Chair, I would have said this at the end of our commission meeting, but I think we missed that, or a part of that. About a month ago, Thelma Waters out in Indiantown was chosen to be, I believe, in the top 3 women by the governor's office to represent women of, for a better term, of distinction.
Right.
I think it would be great if the county would send, on the chair's behalf, a letter of support to Tallahassee supporting Thelma.
Sure.
I wish I would have thought of that. That's a great idea.
Well, you just did. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And encourage anybody in Martin County that has known Ms. Thelma or has had dealings with her or anything of the like to also maybe accompany our letter so that we could maybe build a pile of letters of support. I think that would be important, and she's certainly deserving, although she is in a list of some very impressive and amazing women that were nominated for that selection. And the last one would be, I talked about this morning the importance of our delegation and whatnot on the water funding and the water funding that continues, and I probably should have added this morning, if it's okay, that again, with the chair's support of sending a letter from the chair on behalf of the board, if that's what you'd all like to do, is just a letter to our delegation telling them how much we appreciate all their efforts on supporting all the funding that we have been able to apply for and been successful in getting. If it weren't for their efforts, we probably wouldn't be applying for those funds. So,
Another great idea, absolutely.
with that, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Heatherton? you have anything?
I'm all set, thanks.
You're all set? I'm all set. Commissioner Campy, Commissioner Hurd?
Set.
Anybody down there?
No, sir.
Nobody
Thank
in the
you.
audience? No public, nobody? George, you have nothing to say? Ah. All right. We are officially adjourned. Thank you.
You didn't tell him.